Mike. Please be seated. We are ready to begin. My friends, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. I call the meeting of the Appropriations Committee to order. I would first like to welcome all members to the first full committee markups of fiscal year 2021. This will be a markup season unlike any other. Not only are we going to complete our work in record time, but we will be joined by a handful of our colleagues who are unable to be here due to the pandemic. Before we begin, I have a number of housekeeping announcements. First, we should all be mindful of our health and take appropriate actions. Following Dr. Monahan's guidance, everyone must wear a mask and provide social distancing. Also, this information was previously conveyed to your staff, but I want to reiterate that no food will be allowed in this room. Drinks are fine if you have a lid. And please throw away your own trash to minimize the spread of germs. We will take lunch breaks from 1 to 2 p.m. so everyone has a chance to stretch their legs and get food. While I hope the scenario does not occur, should we still be considering amendments into the early evening, we may take a dinner break as well. Should you want to have stacks of paper in front of you, please let the staff know, and for the remainder of the markups, we can email you copies of amendment text. As those of you in the room can see, this is a very different setup than we are used to, with all of us spread out across a large room. When Armed Services held a hearing here last month, Chairman Adam Smith joked that those on the other side of the room from the dais needed to wear bright colors so that he could see them. During debate, I ask that you please pay attention to the words of our able clerk, Shalonda Young, who will recognize members. To accommodate members who may want to watch the proceedings from their office, and to give all of us more time to confer with staff outside of the room, we will hold open each vote for up to 5 minutes. If everyone participating that day has voted and is comfortable moving on, we won't hold open the vote for the full 5 minutes. For those of you who are joining remotely, please be respectful of those in the hearing room and do not talk over them when they have been recognized. And finally, you will all want to listen to this. We are currently scheduled to finish our work next Thursday. Should we be able to move bills at a reasonable pace, I would like to move consideration of the Defense Bill to Tuesday and the Homeland Security Bill to Wednesday, which would allow us to leave town Wednesday night. I'm sure everyone would appreciate concluding our business a day early. Please keep this in mind during general and amendment debate. If we move swiftly, I see no reason why we cannot accelerate the schedule. And now I'd like to turn to my good friend, Ranking Member Granger, for any introductory remarks she may have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, thank you. I apologize. Madam Chair, thank you for yielding. First, I want to thank my friend, Mrs. Lowy, for her leadership of the Appropriations Committee. We're all saddened that we are in our last markup season with her in the chair. I plan to spend more time later honoring Mrs. Lowy, but for now I want to acknowledge her commitment to the Congress and to the work of the committee. We begin our first full committee markup today during an unprecedented time in our country. Our attention is on a public health crisis, the resulting economic downturn, and the divisions that exist among the American people. I'm glad we have Mrs. Lowy at the helm of this committee to ensure that our progress stays on track. I thank her for what she's done to ensure that members could participate in these markups in person and still complete our work safely. Mrs. Lowy and her staff have worked overtime to make sure our markups proceed in the normal fashion. They've worked through safety precautions and new procedures cooperatively with us to ensure our members and our staffs are safe. I appreciate her focus on moving bills through committee in regular order, even during this very irregular time. This will provide our members an opportunity to make their views known and offer amendments. I thank the chair for her efforts, and I look forward to getting our work completed over the next week, and I yield back.
Thank you, Kay. Now it is time to proceed with the business portion of our meeting, where I will begin with a brief explanation of how this markup will work for those joining us virtually. Once you start speaking, there will be a slight delay before you are displayed on the main screen. Speaking into the microphone activates the camera, displaying the speaker on the main screen. Do not stop your remarks if you do not immediately see the screen switch. If the screen does not change after several seconds, please make sure you are not muted. To minimize background noise and ensure the correct speaker is being displayed, we ask that you remain on mute unless you have sought recognition. You will notice a clock on the bottom of your screen that will show how much time is remaining. When your time is up, the clock will turn red and I may gently tap the gavel to remind members that their time has expired before recognizing another member. In terms of the speaking order, we will follow our practice of alternating between majority and minority. Finally, we have set up an email address to which members can send anything they wish to submit in writing at any of our hearings or markups, including documents to be inserted in the record by unanimous consent, amendments, motions, other unanimous consent requests, and so on. That email address has been provided to your staff. I would remind all members that they must verbally request unanimous consent separately from sending the document or written UC request to the email address. I thank you for your patience and understanding as we all navigate this new technology and platform. Our first order of business is to consider the subcommittee allocations for fiscal year 2021, also known as the 302Bs. The allocations I am offering today are consistent with the levels agreed to last year in the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2019 for fiscal year 2021, notably the last year of the Budget Control Act. The allocations before you do not include additional spending permitted under current law for emergency requirements, disaster relief, and wildfire fighting, among others. Among those adjustments will be $12.5 billion in critical funding for our nation's veterans. 2018 VA Mission Act shifted the responsibility for providing care for our nation's veterans to this committee, and the ongoing coronavirus pandemic has exacerbated those requirements. This committee cannot meet the needs for the rest of the country or fulfill other veterans programs unless we move a portion of these rising costs for veterans programs outside of the budget caps. A bipartisan coalition of members in both chambers has already recognized this need, and Chairwoman Mosserman Schultz's bill will reflect that reality. I heard a lot from my Republican friends during subcommittee markups about this being a violation of the agreement last year. It has been well reported that my counterpart, Senator Shelby, also understands that having the VA Mission Act be funded outside of the caps preserves our commitment to veterans. Clearly, this is not a partisan issue. Outside of the allocations, we also provide much-needed emergency funding for our nation's failing infrastructure, including the nation's antiquated public health infrastructure. When the budget deal was passed last year, the words COVID-19 and coronavirus only existed among scientists. It would have been irresponsible to ignore the millions of people out of work when this committee is integral in rebuilding the economy. Under these fiscal year 2021 suballocations, each subcommittee would receive an increase from the fiscal year 2020 levels. These allocations would allow for historic levels in funding for the VA, an increase of over $12 billion from last year to provide the benefits and medical care that our veterans have earned through their service to our nation. A $2.4 billion increase for the Labor, Health, and Human Service and Education Subcommittee to help support working families, improve health security, and build a stronger future for all Americans. A $1.7 billion increase for the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Subcommittee to rebuild our nation's infrastructure and help more people find safe, affordable housing, and other increases across the remaining subcommittees that will help deliver for the people. As I promised when I became chairwoman, as we did last year, we will be adopting allocations for all 12 subcommittees before we consider any bills. These allocations uphold our commitments to America's working families and will allow us to complete an orderly process in this committee and on the floor. I urge my colleagues to support the slate of allocations before you, and I will now turn to Ranking Member Granger for her remarks.
Madam Chair, thank you for yielding. I rise in opposition to the subcommittee allocations because they do not give a complete picture of all the spending in these appropriations bills. Instead of working with us to develop bills consistent with the budget agreement that was reached last year, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have unilaterally decided to include hundreds of billions of dollars in so-called emergency spending for things that really are not emergencies. Almost $200 billion for infrastructure, nearly $35 billion to respond to the coronavirus on top of the trillions already appropriated, and $12.5 billion for veterans, even though it was known last year that these costs would rise. In total, there is more than $250 billion in additional deficit spending not included in these allocations. Designating spending as an emergency is nothing more than a budgeting device used to free up funds to be spent on lower priority programs. For example, we should not be contributing to the Green Climate Fund or burdening critical sectors of our economy with more expensive and cumbersome regulations. Our spending is a growing threat to our economic security, and I am concerned about the path we're on. The Congressional Budget Office now estimates the budget deficit will top $3.7 trillion this fiscal year, almost quadruple previous estimates. These are the highest levels in American history. Being fiscally responsible requires reviewing what is really needed and making difficult choices. If we fail to make tough choices, we're worsening our budget outlook and our ability to respond to the next crisis. We would also be jeopardizing future economic stability for our children and our grandchildren. The American people demand more of us. The additional deficit spending forced into these appropriations bills is short-sighted because there was no attempt to get consensus from Republicans in the House, the Senate, or the White House. Instead, it appears that these bills have been directed from the top down rather than bottom up, as our committee typically operates. These bills are full of controversial policies and questionable spending priorities, similar to the extremely partisan bills that leaders of the majority party have put on the House floor this year. In closing, I'm disappointed in our failure to come together at a time when the nation needs that about as much as anything we could possibly give them. We face a crisis unlike anything that we've ever faced, and it saddens me that we are in this place. This is a loss for all of us. The work of this committee is too important to let politics bog us down. I hope we can find common ground during the markups over the next week and in the months ahead. I urge a no vote, and I yield back my time.
Does any other member wish to speak on the allocations?
Mr. Womack seeks recognition.
The member is recognized.
I thank the chairwoman for recognizing me. Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the 302Bs proposed here today. Last year, both Republicans and Democrats negotiated the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2019. We had to do that because we didn't pass a budget. And that's a serious breach of our duty as a Congress. But we established discretionary spending caps for fiscals 20 and 21. We adhered to those caps in the FY20 appropriations bills, and I can tell you it's troubling to me, and it should be troubling to all Americans, that we are busting through those caps in 2021. It's fiscally irresponsible. It blows up all the good faith efforts and the terms agreed to by both parties. If there is not a better example as to why budget process reform should not be at the very highest of our agenda, then I think where we are today makes that case. We are maxing out our credit cards, and we're going to ask future generations to pay for this. At some point in time, the Congress has to wake up from its drunken stupor and begin to recognize what we're doing to future generations. No budget. The chance of passing appropriations bills and having them signed into law on time is incredibly, to me, it's just not going to happen. And we are wasting these opportunities. So, Madam Chair, I hope our colleagues on the other side will recommit to the terms of the spending caps. I hope we'll set aside the political posturing. I hope we can come together to both fund our nation's needs and prioritize fiscal discipline. I urge us to stay within the spending limits, work together to advance these bills, fund our government, and serve the American people. And with that, I yield back my time.
Does any other member wish to speak on the allocations? Are there any amendments to the report? If there are no amendments and no further discussion, I recognize Ms. Capter for a motion to approve the 302B allocations. Just tell her to press her.
Madam Chairwoman, I move that the committee approve the report on the 302B allocations for fiscal year 2021.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I ask for a roll call vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter.
No.
Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright.
Aye.
Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Christ.
Aye.
Mr. Christ, aye. Mr. Cuellar.
Quiet. Aye.
Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry.
No.
Mr. Fortenberry, no. Ms. Frankel.
Aye.
Ms. Frankel, aye. Ms. Granger.
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera Butler. Ms. Herrera Butler, no. Mr. Hurd. Mr. Hurd, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter.
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick, aye. Mrs. Lawrence.
This isn't here,
Aye.
so I don't need this.
Mike. Mrs. Lawrence, aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCullum.
Aye.
Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse.
No.
Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price.
Aye.
Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Ms. Robo-Allard. Ms. Robo-Allard, aye. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Visklowski.
Aye.
Mr. Visklowski, aye. Ms. Wassman Schultz. Ms. Wassman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no.
On this vote, the ayes are 29, the noes are 21. The report is approved. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the report just approved. Seeing no objection, so ordered.
Madam Chair, I ask for 3 days for the minority to file views.
So granted. We will now consider the fiscal year 2021 State and Foreign Operations Bill. My friends, having served on this subcommittee for 3 decades, as either chairwoman or ranking member for 2 decades, it is bittersweet to mark up this bill for the last time before I retire at the end of this Congress. Since World War II, long before any of our service here, foreign aid has been a key component of United States foreign policy. During my time on this committee, we have experienced pivotal moments that underscore the significance of the billions we allocate for foreign assistance to advance American values in promoting freedom and democracy and to support development and security around the world. On September 11th, nearly 3,000 Americans lost their lives, including some of my constituents who perished on the sacred ground where the Twin Towers once touched the sky. We need look no further than our mask and space seating to recognize we are living through another such moment. Coronavirus has claimed a staggering 540,000 lives worldwide, including over 131,000 Americans, and is another stark reminder that circumstances and events half a world away can have serious consequences here at home. The Foreign Assistance Bill embodies our common belief in the absolute necessity of effective global engagement. This is not only a moral imperative, it supports the safety and security of all Americans. As I reflect on this subcommittee's work, I can say without question that we have helped to make the world a better place. To highlight just a few achievements, we have stemmed the scourge of HIV/AIDS, helped provide food and shelter for families displaced by crises, intervened against atrocities, and advanced equity and opportunity for women so that they and their children might prosper. I am particularly proud of record levels of support for more than 80 million children globally, especially girls, to receive a basic education, which is the single greatest force multiplier in foreign aid. I'm also proud that we have stood up for women, providing basic health assistance through international family planning, which enables them to contribute to improved health and economic outcomes for their families and their communities. It has been my honor to work with all of you on this bill. I am particularly grateful for the strong bipartisan partnerships on this subcommittee and for the leadership of former Chair Hal Rogers and Kay Granger. Mr. Rogers, today's bill is stronger for your input on shared bipartisan priorities, and I thank you for your partnership. Now I want to highlight the bill before us today. With a total of $65.87 billion, it rejects the President's go-it-alone approach to foreign policy and expresses the committee's concerns about timely obligation and prudent expenditures. It provides greater distinction between short-term diplomatic, political initiatives and long-term investments in development for which unexpected events should not trigger the conditioning of aid. It also provides enduring funds with transparent accounting for critical overseas contingency operations, or OCO. The bill includes $47.85 billion in base funding, $8 billion in OCO funding for base requirements that otherwise would not be funded by the President's budget request, and $10.018 billion in coronavirus emergency funding, the need for which cannot be overstated. The dire expectations for COVID-19's impact on our health and economy demand urgent and sustained action. To ensure this pandemic does not derail decades of development gains, the bill provides $3.8 billion for development assistance. This includes $975 million to increase access to basic education, of which not less than $150 million shall be spent on girls' education in areas of conflict. It also maintains our commitment to addressing food insecurity, improving water and sanitation services, putting an end to trafficking in persons, and promoting other long-term development objectives that support thriving, healthy communities. This mark takes a holistic approach to global health programs by bolstering health systems in low and middle-income countries which face health threats and communicable diseases that we know all too well do not respect borders. To sustain progress against HIV and AIDS, tuberculosis and malaria, the mark provides $5.93 billion for global HIV/AIDS activities, including $1.56 billion for the Global Fund, and clarifies the U.S. commitment to maintain our 33% share. It also reverses the President's global gag rule and stops counterproductive restrictions on family planning and health funding, and provides $805.5 million for family planning services, of which $55.5 million is for the United Nations Population Fund. It also restores funding for the World Health Organization to ensure the United States maintains influence in the operations of an organization critical to the development and distribution of vaccines. To address policies of the administration that harm our neighbors beyond our southern border and drive migration, this legislation amends prior year appropriation acts to significantly limit the President's ability to redirect assistance outside of the region. It also maintains robust funding for counter-narcotics and law enforcement efforts in Colombia, Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean, includes $68 million to address international organized crime, and maintains funding to combat cybercrime. The mark prioritizes security of diplomatic and development staff with $6.071 billion for embassy security to protect diplomatic and development staff, which is $692.2 million above the President's request. It also provides $9 billion for security assistance to key allies and partners with support for programs in Eastern Europe, Jordan, and Tunisia, and keeps the commitments of the United States of America at Camp David to promote peace in the Middle East by providing $3.3 billion in aid for Israel's security as well as assistance for Egypt. The bill includes $7.83 billion in refugee and disaster assistance, including to Latin America, the Middle East, Asia, and Africa. It also restores humanitarian and development assistance to Palestinians to continue the viability of a two-state solution by providing resources to organizations working in the West Bank and Gaza. I am particularly proud that as a bipartisan priority, the mark includes $50 million for a new partnership for peace in the Middle East that would strengthen engagement between Palestinians and Israelis through people-to-people programs and promote economic development. The United States cannot tackle the world's challenges alone and must reclaim our position of leadership, lest the world become susceptible to the malign influence of actors like Russia and China who do not share our democratic values. This bill reaffirms our support for international allies and multilateral organizations, extending the impact of assistance, maximizing taxpayer dollars, and facilitating urgent delivery of aid to mitigate human suffering. Lastly, to honor our commitment to making the world better for this and future generations, we must combat climate change. The mark supports multilateral efforts to reduce greenhouse gases, to reduce the emissions, strengthens conservation and environment programs, and continues funding for adaptation and renewable energy programs at prior year levels. Before I turn to my ranking member, Mr. Rogers, for his statement, I'd like to thank the staff for efforts on this legislation under very difficult circumstances. Susan Adams, the minority clerk, Jamie McCormick of the minority staff, Austin Gage of Ranking Member Rogers' personal staff, my SFOPS staff, including Clerk Steve Marquez, Greg Higgins, Aaron Kolodziejski, Dean Kaloris, Jason Wheelock, Maren Stein, Jean Kwan, Celia Alvarado, and my congressional staff, including Elizabeth Stanley, Kelly Healton, Dana Acton, Wendy Corson. All of you, and more former staff and fellows than we have time to name here today, all of you have my heartfelt thanks. My and this committee's achievement are yours. Thank you, and now I'd like to recognize the subcommittee ranking member, Mr. Rogers. Do we have any water?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations on bringing forward the fiscal year 21 State Foreign Operations Appropriations Bill, your final one. You and your staff have done a great job getting us to this point under incredibly difficult circumstances. Before I discuss the bill, I want to take a moment to salute our chair. As I told her at our subcommittee markup earlier this week, Nita Lowy's commitment to this bill and the people it helps all over the world is well known. To me, this is best demonstrated by the fact that she decided to chair this subcommittee while also serving as the full committee chair. I know the time and attention involved in carrying out the responsibilities that come with leading the full committee. It's demanding work, physically and mentally. Yet, she still chose to make time for a busy state foreign operations schedule. Nita, I greatly admire your devotion to this work. We spent decades negotiating any number of issues, traveling to many corners of the globe, and getting bills across the finish line year after year. It's been a pleasure serving with you in our various roles at full committee and this subcommittee. We're also losing other important members of the committee, Congressman Martha Roby, Congressman Tom Graves, Congressman Will Hurd, Congressman Pete Visclosky, and Congressman Joe Serrano. You have all made indelible marks on this committee and this country and the world. I salute you all for your tremendous service to our nation and wish you the best as you transition to your next endeavors. Turning now to the matter at hand, the bill includes a total of $55.85 billion in non-emergency discretionary funding. This is an increase of nearly $1.2 billion over the previous fiscal year. The bill also includes $10 billion in emergency funding for coronavirus response. Within the total, the bill includes funding for many key priorities that are critical to our national security and that we can all support. I thank the chair for including $3.3 billion in foreign military financing for our great ally, Israel, and for your steadfast support for their security. I'm also pleased that the bill maintains funding at the current level for embassy security. The attacks on our embassy in Baghdad this year were a stark reminder of how we must do everything we can to support the safety of our foreign service officers working abroad and 260 plus installations. In addition, I appreciate the chair continuing funding to combat the flow of drugs into our country and to tackle transnational crime overseas. The bill provides $1.39 billion for international narcotics control and law enforcement, level funding from fiscal 20. These efforts go hand in hand with the work we do here at home in the relentless fight against drug abuse and addiction. And Madam Chair, we're seeing another uptick in that death rate from overdoses of opioids since the advent of the COVID-19 problem as well. These are a few examples of investments supported in the bill by both sides. That's why I'm once again disappointed. To the partisan policy writers included that are sure to end any bipartisan support. The sweeping measures included in the bill to overturn the president's policy of protecting life and global health guarantees that the bill has no hope of becoming law unless these provisions are removed. The bill also includes controversial funding and language on climate issues, the United Nations, and a range of other problematic areas. Finally, I remain concerned about unchecked spending. To echo Mr. Womack's comments earlier today, especially at this time of soaring deficits and debt. We need to carefully consider any increase in spending and the long-term consequences of such actions. Before I close, let me also thank the staff, both sides of the aisle, hard work, late hours, Susan Adams and Jamie McCormick from the minority staff, Jake Johnson and Austin Gage from my personal office, and from the majority staff. I want to thank Steve Marquez and his team, Aaron Kolajaski, Celia Alvarado, Dean Dolores, Jason Wheelock, Marion Stein, and Jean Kwan. They've all been great help in putting this bill together, and we owe them a lot. Madam Chair, I yield my time.
I'd now like to recognize Ranking Member Ranger for any opening remarks she may have on the State and Foreign Operations Bill.
Madam Chair, thank you for yielding. During this time of instability around the world, it's important to remember that our investments abroad can make us more secure at home. The fiscal year 2021 bill funds many programs that would do just that. The bill provides $3.3 billion for Israel, demonstrating our unwavering support for the security of our great ally and partner. It protects funding for embassy security and counter-terrorism programs. The bill also includes funds to advance global health, promote democracy, and address human trafficking. Unfortunately, while there are areas where we agree, I have serious concerns about partisan riders that have been inserted and the negative impact they could have. As I said during the subcommittee markup, the bill includes permanent changes in laws that would overturn the current Mexico City policy. This is controversial language that I hope we can reverse as the bill moves forward. I'm also disappointed to see that long-standing provisions aimed at enhancing transparency at the United Nations were removed. These conditions were first put into place when I was subcommittee chair and should be included in this legislation. Finally, as I've expressed many times this week, I'm concerned about the level of spending in this bill and many others. We had a budget agreement 11 months ago where we settled on spending caps. Now is not the time to reverse course without buy-in from members on our side of the aisle. To close, I want to thank Ranking Members Rogers, the former chairman of the full committee, for his leadership on this subcommittee. I also want to thank the hardworking majority and minority staff for their efforts, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to make general comments on the bill?
Madam Chair?
Ms. Capter seeks recognition.
Ms. Capter is recognized.
I thank the chair. I wish to thank Chairwoman Lowy and Ranking Member Rogers, as well as the committee staff, for their efforts on this critical bill that undergirds America's leadership globally. I first would like to congratulate Chairwoman Lowy for her many accomplishments, and know we are all grateful for her steady leadership as chair of this bill as well as the full committee. Her dedication to the advancement of liberty everywhere is well known and will be felt and remembered for years to come, and Nita Lowy will be dearly missed. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it is clear that threats abroad can make their way to the homeland. With over 132,000 deaths just in the United States, the administration's efforts have fallen far short of keeping the American people safe. Meanwhile, our nation continues to face other global challenges: a belligerent Russia, democratic erosion, rising authoritarianism, and a more aggressive China. The chairwoman's mark ensures that the United States continues to carry liberty's flame forward through robust diplomatic and development efforts. And I'm particularly pleased the bill provides increased funding to support Ukraine's civil society and anti-corruption efforts. Ukraine is the scrimmage line for liberty in Europe today and is taking steps backward on its anti-corruption efforts. This includes purging the cabinet, the resignation of the head of Ukraine's central bank, and the politicization of the Prosecutor General's office. Thankfully, the bill sends a clear signal of U.S. commitment to fight corruption in Ukraine, and it will also allow for the expansion of key Ukraine programs to boost rural women's microfinancing, veterans' psychosocial services, and key RADA institutions. Additionally, the bill provides for critical exchanges with the civil society in Central Europe, particularly Hungary and Poland, and I'm very thankful for the inclusion of the Pavel Adamovich Exchange Program, which will honor the Western Alliance legacy of the slain visionary mayor of Gdańsk, Poland. I'm also deeply troubled with the Trump administration's efforts to politicize the U.S. Agency for Global Media by purging senior officials. We must ensure that the firewall to protect journalistic integrity, including the critical Hungarian language services, is maintained. This bill does just that. Finally, I am concerned with consolidation across educational and cultural exchange programs. These misguided efforts will reduce program effectiveness, its diversity, and geographic inclusion. I'm pleased this issue has been addressed in the bill, and I thank the chair again and urge all my colleagues to support this very important bill. I yield back.
Mr. Fortenberry is recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. First, let me note that this is a very important bill. It's really about three things: our national security, our diplomacy, and our development outreach efforts. And it captures the best of our mutual consideration and highlights also some of our philosophical differences as we work through these important areas. But I want to note a couple of highlights in the bill, Madam Chair. First of all, as you mentioned in your opening remarks, the Middle East Partnership for Peace. This is a new, innovative way to use development finance and traditional people-to-people programs that can make a real difference. Madam Chair, as you well know, any roadmap for peace needs a road, and any road needs a foundation. I believe this is this foundation, and I believe this is a highlight and hallmark of your distinguished career, so thank you for this initiative. Secondly, I'd also like to thank you for working very aggressively with Ranking Member Rogers on the developing concept of development finance, which is also a new innovative way to use our limited foreign affairs funds to help, as a force multiplier, counter Chinese predation in a new way that attacks structural poverty and creates regenerative economic activity for the world's poor. And finally, as well, I wanted to thank you for including my work on Plan Haiti. And again, another new way forward to help our neighbor to the south move past the trauma of the past and move toward an imaginative future. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Price is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to join colleagues on both sides of the aisle in thanking our leaders, Chairwoman Lowy and Ranking Member Rogers, for this collaborative bipartisan process that, while it didn't lead to perfect agreement, has nonetheless produced a very fine bill. Thanks to the subcommittee staff on both sides for its dedication, work on the bill and the report. The bill rightly rejects the President's proposed 20% cut to the international affairs budget, and it provides critical funding to programs, policies, and organizations that carry out U.S. foreign policy and help lift up some of the most vulnerable communities around the world. Some of these organizations include the Asia Foundation, the U.S. Institute of Peace for Peace, the National Endowment for Democracy, and its constituent institutes. I'm glad to see that the bill prioritizes programs that help build the capacity of democratic governing institutions, combat corruption, protect civil society, and promote the integrity of independent information. I'm particularly grateful for the support of the House Democracy Partnership, HDP, a bipartisan commission of the House which works with partner parliaments in emerging democracies around the world. As chair of this commission, I've seen firsthand the success of USAID's development and economic assistance as well as governance support. And, of course, we appreciate the work of organizations like NDI and IRI on the ground in nations struggling with financial hardship and conflict, as well as challenges to good governance. Madam Chairman, I am very, very appreciative of your dedication and willingness to work together on this bill and as you've done for so many years. In this bill in particular, we have protected funding for smaller countries that may get overlooked or left behind. We've worked to resume critical funding for the Northern Triangle of Central America for reasons well known to all of us, supporting two-state diplomacy in the Middle East, protecting our diplomatic corps and the career personnel at the State Department and USAID and international institutions, these people who are the bedrock of our nation's diplomatic efforts, all in the face of constant attacks from President Trump and many of his political appointees. Madam Chairman, you have steadfastly supported our work at HDP, and in doing that, you've continued a bipartisan trend that began 15 years ago when Jim Colby chaired this subcommittee. We're very, very grateful and much heartened and encouraged by the support that has steadily come from this subcommittee for our work. And we're well aware, alas, that this is your final markup as State and Foreign Operations Chair. You're getting, and you're going to get, a chorus of tributes from all around for the qualities of your leadership: principled, compassionate, persistent, and collegial. Those are important qualities, and they're qualities that are once again evident in the bill before us. So I salute you and I thank you, and I look forward to working with you to see this bill through to passage. Thank you.
And I thank you. Ms. Lee is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, let me thank yourself, Madam Chairwoman, and our ranking member, Mr. Rogers, for working to put this bill together, as well as let me thank all of the staff who have worked so hard to make this happen. And Madam Chair, I want to thank you for your visionary and your bold leadership as chair of this committee and our subcommittee, as you have constantly led efforts through this bill and throughout your leadership to ensure global peace and security throughout the world. And thank you for your friendship. And it's been a wonderful pleasure working with you and being a student of your abilities and your strategic decisions on how to put this bill together in a bipartisan way. So thank you very much. I'm pleased to support this bill, which represents really the best of American leadership in fighting problems that impact all of humanity: poverty, pandemic, and of course conflicts throughout the world. This year's bill contains vital investments to fight HIV and AIDS, to help African and Caribbean countries, which oftentimes have been neglected. The bill helps them strengthen their societies and build peace through diplomacy. It also includes a robust emergency component to help the world tackle the coronavirus. We have seen that this virus has really no respect for borders. The only way to truly defeat COVID and help America and the world recover is through international cooperation. It's imperative that America continues to engage with and support the United Nations, including the World Health Organization, so we can not only fight this current pandemic, but prepare for future pandemics. Finally, I think we need to consider this bill and all of the bills that we will be taking up in the next week in the context also of racial equity in our own country. The movement for racial justice in our streets and communities and the slow but growing understanding of the role of systemic racism in our institutions has played in the tremendous disparities confronting African Americans in this country. We must view our funding priorities in all of our bills through the added lens of racial justice and work to provide the funding to meet this moment. As an example, the lack of diversity in our foreign service is a glaring example of what I'm talking about. It has been reduced from approximately 9% to 3% as it relates to African Americans. This is unacceptable. During my last visit to many countries in Africa, there were very few African Americans in our embassies and throughout our foreign service. And so this bill, Madam Chair, thank you for making sure that we have language as it relates to diversity and fund some of our fellowship programs and internship programs, which really would put us on a path to racial equity in our foreign service. This bill has traditionally been a vehicle to support efforts to defend human rights and provide redress for historic wrongs, whether it's supporting a democratic transition in Sudan or helping African mothers provide their children with the education and nutrition they need to take part in a brighter future. I am proud to support this bill as one piece of an effort to support people everywhere to claim their rights and dismantle systems of injustice. Again, congratulations, Madam Chair, upon your retirement, but I look forward to our continuing friendship and our work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Cuellar is
Thank you,
recognized.
Madam Chair, and I want to thank you and the ranking member, Mr. Rogers, for the work and your staff for putting this bill. Because as it's been said, this bill is about the United States diplomacy and our security and how we treat our neighbors across the world. I want to just mention a couple things that I want to thank you, Madam Chair, and the ranking member. One is the work and the support that y'all are providing to our neighbors to the south, Mexico. So the funding that y'all provide for justice reform, human rights, fighting crime and violence, and facilitating trade between the U.S. and Mexico is very important. I also want to thank y'all for the monies that we started some years ago with the ranking member, Kay Ranger, and all of us, with the money for Central America, the strategy for engagement to make sure we address that issue. I also want to thank you also for the funding for the international broadcasting operations, Voice of America. As you know, some of us have gone to Europe and seen the offices, but we also need to make sure that the Voice of America puts resources in Latin America because of the influence of China and Russia in Latin America. I also want to say thank you for the funding and the support for the Mayan forest area in Guatemala, Belize, and Mexico, and the Mosquita forest region in Honduras. Again, important for security, for governance, and basically scientific investigation and conservation. Finally, the last thing I want to thank you also, Madam Chair. As you know, I had an amendment that I was going to introduce that basically said that if there's any country that hosts a Russian or Chinese base, why should we reward them by giving them funding on that? Your language, consensus language, is to say that we'll have the Secretary do a report on those countries, and if anything needs to be classified, to give us that report. But again, we can't say, you know, we're going to put all this money to fight the Russian and Chinese influence, then at the same time reward countries that actually host those military bases, Russian or Chinese. So again, I want to thank you for that. And Madam Chair, this is one of the last markups, you know, that we have in this one, and I just want to say thank you for your 30 years of work that you've done. You've served your district in an honorable way. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also stand in strong support of this fiscal year 2021 State and Foreign Operations Appropriations measure for two main reasons. First, in funding our non-defense international efforts, this bill continues a cohesive strategy for advancing our interests and values and embracing the mantle of leadership across the globe. In doing so, it is a powerful and fitting response to the myriad of complex challenges confronting our world, most immediately the COVID-19 pandemic. Our allies and partners are clear that in these difficult times, they look to the United States to engage, stabilize, and lead, and it is in our national interest to do so. This bill answers that call by bolstering our commitments to diplomacy, development, and democracy, including by investing over $10 billion in international COVID-19 preparedness, response, and recovery. Second, this bill both refines and funds a cohesive strategy for advancing our interests and values in my own backyard, the Indo-Pacific. In this vast region that is charting our world's future lie our most committed friends and foes and everything in between, our greatest opportunities and challenges. Defense capacity alone, while critical, won't itself maintain our leadership throughout the Indo-Pacific. The greatest opportunities to sustain and boost our leadership lie here in this bill. I especially support the funding for implementing the Indo-Pacific Strategy and the Asia Reassurance Initiative Act, along with a new reporting requirement on Indo-Pacific climate security and greater focus on addressing illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing. Equally important is crucial funding for organizations that have proven their ability over decades to knit together the countries and communities of the Indo-Pacific in pursuit of common understandings and goals, particularly the East-West Center and the Asia Foundation. Additionally, our continued support of the U.S. Institute of Peace will direct focus on understanding and resolving the difficult issues that arise from renewed great power competition in the Indo-Pacific. Also of special note is the $411 million appropriated for the Peace Corps. Anyone in the Indo-Pacific, friend or foe, will attest that the Peace Corps has been and remains one of the most effective projections of U.S. leadership and values throughout the world. I'm especially pleased that in addressing the Indo-Pacific, this bill focuses as never before on the Pacific Islands themselves, the 12 independent states and another 12 associated jurisdictions that lie throughout Melanesia, Micronesia, and Polynesia. For too long, this part of our world, as viewed from Washington, has been on the periphery of our foreign policy. Decades of consistent, albeit quiet, engagement with the Pacific Islands reflect the values and objectives we share with these countries and their peoples. Yet it would be foolhardy to take these relationships for granted, especially as China aggressively expands its presence on all fronts. To strengthen this focus in Congress, last year I joined other members in co-founding our first bipartisan Congressional Pacific Islands Caucus, and we will shortly join other members in introducing our Boosting Long-Term U.S. Engagement in the Pacific, or Blue Pacific Act, to establish a comprehensive long-term U.S. strategy for the Pacific Islands. We welcome the membership of all in our caucus and co-sponsorship of our bill. The bill before us and the accompanying report pave the way in including recommendations for security and development assistance for the Pacific Islands to strengthen maritime security and combat transnational crime, improve health care, address environmental challenges, reduce disaster risk, promote economic development, and strengthen democratic governance. The report also encourages our State Department to increase its diplomatic and development presence in the Pacific Islands, leverages our new Development Finance Corporation to invest in the region, and directs our U.S. Agency for Global Media to expand its coverage to the region and bolster press freedom. Collectively, these provisions will not go unnoticed throughout the Pacific and will reinforce our engagement in the Pacific Islands and the broader Indo-Pacific. In closing, I join all of my colleagues here in expressing our gratitude and admiration for your leadership, Chair Lowy, and service. The bill before us today, like those in years past, reflect your powerful vision for America's role in the world as a force for good. But I personally especially appreciate that you have personally understood and embraced the Indo-Pacific. Thank you for your stewardship of this bill, this committee, and our foreign policy. I yield back.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you and Ranking Member Rogers for your leadership on the bill before us, which advances U.S. foreign policy and upholds American values abroad. Congressman Diaz-Balart and I can assure you that in South Florida, with our very significant and diverse population of people from many different nations, we're the gateway to Latin America. And in South Florida, foreign policy is domestic policy. So this is a really important bill in our community. With over 130,000 deaths domestically and over 500,000 deaths internationally, it is past time for America to step up and show leadership in combating the coronavirus epidemic. And you do that in this bill. It takes an important step by funding global coronavirus preparedness, response, and relief. In this bill, we prioritize reproductive health, climate change, and contributions to international institutions that allow the global community to cooperate to address our planet's greatest problems. After President Trump's withdrawal from the World Health Organization in the middle of this global pandemic, Congress must be clear through action that we support international efforts to develop a vaccine and strengthen health systems abroad to be ready for future outbreaks. I'm pleased that this bill empowers countless women who are the backbone of their families around the world by increasing funding for family planning and health programs. We also provide critical support to women, many of whom face countless obstacles to accessing health care, by permanently repealing the President's global gag rule and contributing to our worthy partner, the United Nations Population Fund. When it comes to protecting the climate, we are putting our money where our mouth is in this bill. This includes support for conservation, environment, and renewable energy programs. Finally, Madam Chair, this bill extends a hand to the Venezuelan people who are suffering through instability and economic pain at the hands of the despotic Maduro regime. We expand aid for those struggling within Venezuela, along with the refugees fleeing economic collapse and repression. We provide assistance to Colombia, who has truly stepped up, as well as other neighboring countries that have been impacted by refugee and migrant populations. The bill includes funding for democracy promotion, human rights and civil society programs in Venezuela, and it also ensures there is funding available to assist Venezuela with a democratic transition if circumstances permit. I look forward to supporting this bill today and to seeing it come to the floor. Before I yield back, though, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the incredible leadership and the remarkable and historic tenure that you have demonstrated, and the mentor that you have been to me. I know we are going to do this more fully later on in our markup schedule, but I will say that as a Jewish woman, it has been one of the highlights of my career to be able to serve with you, to see you ascend to the position of chair in this committee as its first woman, and likely the first, I'm not 100% sure about this, but likely the first Jewish person to chair this committee. So that means so much. It shows other young people in our community that anything is truly possible. Thank you so much, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you for your kind remarks. Ms. Frankel, wherever you are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here. Madam Chair, Ranking Member Rogers, my colleagues on the subcommittee, and to the subcommittee staff, I thank you all for your hard work on the bill. Chairman Lowy, it's been an absolute honor working with you. You have taught us how grace and toughness can be compatible. You know, if we've learned anything from the COVID pandemic, it is how connected the world is. So although foreign assistance is roughly 1% of the federal budget, it is still very important to our own security and allies around the world. And I'm sure we can all agree that the COVID pandemic will make everything we want to do much more difficult to implement. So I am very supportive of the emergency funding in this bill. There are many good issues in this bill, and my colleagues have really described many of them. I'm just going to highlight a few. The bill fully funds the $3.3 billion commitment for security assistance to Israel, agreed to in the Memorandum of Understanding signed by the Obama administration, recognizing the importance of the security of our long-standing ally. It also recognizes cooperative development projects to address sustainability challenges such as water resources, agriculture, and energy storage. The bill advances the proposition that when women and girls are healthy, educated, and free from violence and have access to capital, their communities are more peaceful and more prosperous. And we do this in many bipartisan ways. We support the implementation of the Women, Peace, and Security Strategy to ensure that goals like empowering women as equal partners in such things as conflict prevention, peace building, are considered U.S. foreign policy and national priorities. The bill supports basic education, emphasizing the importance of prioritizing girls' education. It provides funds to combat gender-based violence, child marriage, and human trafficking, funds promoting maternal and child health and fighting HIV/AIDS. It supports organizations that support women and girls at risk from violent extremism and terrorism, and funds the Office of Global Women's Issues and the Ambassador at Large for Women's Issues, which will work to empower women and girls around the world through U.S. foreign policy. And it funds women economic empowerment by funding the Women's Global Development and Prosperity Initiative. And most importantly, it repeals the very cruel inane, harmful global gag rule and restores critical funding to the very valuable United Nations Population Fund. This is truly a bill that shows our understanding that when women succeed, the world succeeds. I urge support of this very good bill. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Seeing no other member wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize myself to offer a manager's amendment. Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The amendment includes non-controversial changes to the bill and report, which have been approved on both sides. In the bill, it increases by $100 million funding for the National Endowment for Democracy and offsets the increase with a commensurate reduction of $100 million in the Economic Support Fund account. It also modifies the bill language under the corporate capital account of the United States International Development Finance Corporation to provide increased flexibility to the DFC in allocating funds across authorized activities. The report adds language regarding actions to be taken by the Department of State to better prevent cyber intrusions and protect personally identifiable information of department personnel, clarifying the committee's intent concerning expanded procurement opportunities for certain cooperatives, small businesses, and veterans, adding language concerning food insecurity and partnerships with the United States land-grant universities, concerning the Global Labor Program, addressing NATO standards and protocols on countering cybersecurity incidents, related to urban refugee protection, and expressing support for reforestation programs in Colombia. And now I would like to recognize Ranking Member Rogers.
Madam Chair, I support the amendment.
Are there any other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Graves, I know we're going to acknowledge those we did not acknowledge at the beginning, but since you are speaking, I just want to thank you for your service, because I understand that you will be leaving us as well. We'll have to have a special thank you for all of us who are leaving, but thank you for your service. Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and let me congratulate you on 3 decades of remarkable service, and what a joy it's been to work with you as well. But I wanted to speak just for a moment on the manager's amendment, if that was okay. And
could you speak closer to your microphone? Or am
is that better?
Is that the best?
That's the best I have. Best I got, Madam Chair, but I'll speak a little louder.
Oh, now.
Chairwoman, thank you so much, and Ranking Member Rogers and Ranking Member Granger. I just want to take a moment and thank each of you and your staff for working with me to include several priorities to address our nation's partnerships and global cooperation on cybersecurity in this fiscal year 21 state and foreign operations bill. I think over the last few months, we have all seen firsthand how important secure networks and reliable telecommunication systems are to our daily lives, and we now understand the role that we play in ensuring that our allies stay cyber secure as well. So I appreciate this committee for recognizing the importance cybersecurity plays, not only here at home within our own government, but also on a global scale. So this means, as included in this manager's amendment, that we should be working with our NATO allies to ensure a standard response for cybersecurity attacks. And quite frankly, start asking the question, what actions might trigger an Article 5 response in the future? It also means ensuring our State Department has updated cyber standards and a full view of their IT assets to better protect against possible threats and malicious actors. I do also want to thank your staff, Madam Chair, for their time, energy, and assistance. Has been recognized throughout the morning here already, but it's important for me to include a special thanks to the majority staff members, Steve Marcase and Craig Higgins and Jason Wheelock as well. I know none of this can be done without everybody's help, and as well as minority staff members of Susan Adams and Jamie McCormick, who've gone above and beyond to be responsive and helpful to me and my office. And then to the lesser known, to many of you, are some great staff members in my office that I'd like to thank, and that's Shivani Vakari and Max Berry in my office. They have put a lot of time and energy into making my last appropriation seasons one of the very best. So thank you to everyone for your many hours of hard work, and Madam Chair, thanks for giving me a chance to share a few words, and thanks again for your assistance in these bipartisan provisions being included. And with that,
Thank you, Mr. Graves, and I particularly appreciate your focus on cybersecurity. I don't know what your plans are in your next life, but this is one of the issues that keeps me awake at night, worrying what's happening, not just domestically, but internationally, our elections, et cetera. And I know we've done a lot in our bills in that regard, but there's so much more to focus on. So thank you again, and good luck on your retirement. I appreciate it. Okay, are there any other members who wish to be heard? Mr. Rogers.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Not yet. I'm told not yet. What's that? Okay. I close. But we'll get back to you. I recognize myself for 1 minute to close. I thank my colleagues for working with us to make the changes to the bill and the report, and I ask for your support. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments? For what purpose does the member from Kentucky rise?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will read the amendment.
Page 260, after line 8, insert the following. Paragraph C, funds appropriated under
Without
Title...
objection, the reading...
Funds appropriated under Title III of this Act and made available for assistance for basic education as provided for in this paragraph shall be referred to as the, quote, Nita M. Lowy Basic Education Fund, end quote.
I can't believe I was going to cut you off, my goodness. My goodness, that's so very nice. I want to thank you, my friend, for that very elegant amendment.
Well, Madam Chair, I offer this amendment to give credit where credit is due. This amendment designates the funding made available in the Act for basic education as the Nita M. Lowy Basic Education Fund. Our distinguished chair is admired and respected around the world because of her dedication and hard work in the pursuit of global development. And she is passionate about these issues. But her top priority is basic education. She's educated many of us on the fact that basic education is fundamental in building successful development programs. Madam Chair, your efforts indeed have been heroic, and your passion and inspiration to all of us and to the world. This amendment is intended to remind all of us to carry on your good work in your name, and we shall. I yield.
I normally say rise. I don't think we're rising today. Is that right? But I am in strong support of this amendment. The chair and I took turns as chair and ranking member of the State Foreign Operations Subcommittee. We shared many priorities, but no one can say they've done more than Nita Lowy to advance the cause of basic education, especially for the most vulnerable. Her legacy will be a generation of educated girls who will have the power to shape their future and ours. I mentioned in the subcommittee markup that when we get back to traveling to see programs funded in this bill, be sure to visit a school or meet with women in leadership roles in our country and other countries around the world. The chances are they have been touched in some way by the dedication of Nita Lowy personally. I look forward to supporting the Nita M. Lowy Basic Education Fund, and it's been wonderful to work with you. I yield back.
I could say I'm speechless, but I'm not speechless. I am very, very appreciative, and I'm not sure if either of you, by the way, came with me on a plane to Dadar in Pakistan. I don't know if anybody here was on that trip to Pakistan. And it was so dangerous, we wouldn't even tell the authorities of our route until we were almost there in the little plane. But to see those young women, all dressed in white, so appreciative for our help, and all they asked us for, can you get us computers? Can you get us computers? So this is very, very meaningful to me, and I am very, very grateful. As I have said many, many times, education is the greatest force multiplier in foreign aid. We are losing our greatest opportunity by not ensuring the 300 million children who are out of school before the current crisis have this basic right. Now, with the closure of schools facing billions of young people and record-setting conflict and displacement, it is particularly important to address the educational needs of children and young people in crisis and conflict settings. When I joined the Congress, we were spending roughly $67 million on basic education. I am incredibly proud that this bill today includes $975 million for these programs. No room to cut, ladies and gentlemen. I am sharing this information with you because I'm so proud of the work of all of us in this room. $975 million for these programs. Please don't give up on these young people and get them back into school. A numbers even greater than before the current crisis. They are our best hope for better leadership, new discoveries, and a safe planet. And so I am so grateful to all my colleagues, in particular my good friends, Congressman Granger, and Congresswoman Granger, and Congressman Rogers. This means so much to me, and I am very, very grateful. Thank you. Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there is no further debate, the member from Kentucky is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
I think we understand fully the commitment of this lady over her entire career to the betterment of people around the world who are in desperate need. There's been no better champion for those people in the U.S. Congress, or in the country for that matter, than our chairman. And so we salute you, ma'am, and we wish you Godspeed in your next venture. I yield back.
Well, the question is on the amendment offered by the member from Kentucky. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say no. Ooh, I am very touched. let me just say, I know there'll be other times for speeches, but I am so moved, so touched, and so appreciative. And as I look around this room, in addition to my good friends, Congressman Rogers and Grangers, who introduced this amendment, this wasn't the time to make speeches, but I can't resist telling how much I love and admire all of you. And I think what I will miss most is the interaction among really exceptional people. Sometimes our constituents don't get it, but those who have served here understand how special you are because you've devoted your time here just trying to do the right thing, just trying to make this a better place. And for most of the time, we work together to really try and serve children, adults, seniors, trying to make this world a better place. So I am very, very grateful. And as my friends and colleagues know, begins with education. And when we travel, and we have done some good traveling, some of us, and you visit the schools and you see these young people and you say to yourself, well, there is hope. If we can keep educating and investing in the education of young people, maybe someday some of the horrors of war and hunger and destruction can be an end. I hope we live to that day. Thank you so very much. I am very grateful. Oh. The amendment is adopted. I was never good at parliamentary procedure. Amendment is adopted with appreciation. Okay. Where? Oh. The chair recognized herself for Lowy Amendment number 2. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading. My amendment would strike the Secretary of State's authority to suspend assistance to West Bank Gaza based on a determination. It makes clear that not less than $225 million shall be provided for development and humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people in the West Bank and Gaza. As one of the most ardent supporters of the U.S.-Israel relationship and longtime champion for Israel's security, I believe the administration's indiscriminate cutoff of assistance to the Palestinian people over the last 2 years has perpetuated the very instability and distrust that now threaten any prospect for a viable peace process. This committee should lead the way in improving the situation on the ground by first restoring U.S. assistance for food and clean water, education, and health care, especially as COVID cases are on the rise in the region. Meeting these basic needs is not only the right thing to do, frankly, it's in Israel's interest as well as our own interest. The amendment better aligns the House mark with the letter and spirit of previously enacted authorizing provisions to ensure that economic assistance to the West Bank and Gaza resumes, which passed last year with strong bipartisan support, including among the leadership of the Foreign Affairs Committee. So I urge your support. I recognize Mr. Rogers.
Madam Chair, I arise in opposition to the amendment, which would strike a certification requirement on aid to the West Bank and Gaza. The State Foreign Operations Bill conditions aid for many programs in all corners of the globe. The new funding designated for the West Bank and Gaza under economic support funds is no exception. The change proposed in the amendment, striking a common sense determination and reporting requirement relating to security cooperation, makes the bill less likely to become law by weakening oversight of a program that is heavily scrutinized. So I urge a no vote on the amendment. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment?
Ms. McCullum seeks recognition.
Ms. McCullum.
I'd like to thank the chairwoman for offering this amendment. Humanitarian and development assistance to the civilians in the West Bank and Gaza is critical to supporting health, education, and infrastructure for the Palestinian people, and especially for children, especially for the education of children. Emergency food assistance, access to clean water, clinical screenings for cancer are just some of the essential services that have been severely impacted by the Trump administration's 2018 decision to eliminate U.S. assistance to the Palestinian people. This was not helpful for the peace process. Make no mistake, it has undetermined the prospects for peace, and it has been harmful, in my opinion, to the security of Israel. Madam Chair, I have been thankful for your leadership in fighting back against these cuts. I think this amendment only strengthens this legislation towards a movement of peace around this world and in the Middle East. And, as you pointed out, education for children. And I urge members to support this amendment. I thank you for it again, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? No. If there is no further discussion, I will close. Colleagues, you all know my record. I'm not here to needlessly stir divisions within the committee or score points on the subject of Israel. We could debate the Israeli-Palestinian conflict all day, but sadly, we will not solve it here today. By the way, I was committed to solve it before I left the Congress, but it's taken a little longer than I thought. So there's no way that I thought we were going to resolve it today. What we can do is ensure that life-saving, critically needed assistance is not politicized by our administration or the PA, and that it is delivered through trusted NGOs directly to the Palestinian people. In so doing, we can ensure that the United States regains our position as a defender of stability and peace in an area of the world about which we all care so passionately. That's all my amendment seeks to do. I urge a yes vote. Yield back. If there is no further discussion, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those. Aye. Was there an echo? Oh. All those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
What?
For what purpose does the member from Kentucky rise?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will read the amendment.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member from Kentucky is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Madam Chair, although I'm grateful that the bill maintains some of the long-standing pro-life provisions, I offer this amendment to address some of the most controversial language in the bill and restore language that protects the sanctity of life. First, the amendment strikes 2 provisions in the bill that prohibit the President's expanded Mexico City policy. That policy affirms our nation's respect for unborn life by requiring foreign NGOs to agree, if they want American tax dollars to support their work, that they will not perform or promote abortion as a method of family planning. Second, the amendment strikes a requirement to provide $55.5 million to the UN Population Fund, or UNFPA, and instead prohibits any from going to that organization. UNFPA has consistently violated the most basic respect for human life through its support for coercive abortion and forced sterilization in China, a severe human rights abuse in its own right. Third, the amendment strikes the requirement to spend not less than $750 million on international family planning programs. This is an unjustified increase of $175 million. Fourth, it strikes language added that weakens the longstanding Kemp-Kasten provision on coercive abortion, returning the text to what has been considered non-controversial matter year after year. Fifth and finally, it retains language on authorities carried for global health to agreed upon text in current law. Altogether, the amendment would bring the bill closer to the fiscal year 2020 bill that was negotiated by both parties not long ago. There should be no higher priority than these common sense measures that protect the unborn. So I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
I recognize myself and rise in strong opposition to this amendment. First of all, I deeply respect my ranking member, but we fundamentally just disagree on this issue. We agree on many, many things in this bill, but this is an area where we fundamentally disagree. A woman's ability to thrive is dependent on her health and participation in society. The housemark we are considering will improve her opportunities. Once again, let me review what countless studies have already shown. Reproductive health services prevent unintended pregnancies, prevent maternal deaths and abortions, reduce the rates of infant and child mortality, empower women to stay in school and join the workforce, create stronger and healthier families, and improve economies. But as we sit here today, more than 200 million women around the world still lack access to modern contraceptives. If we want to build the self-reliance of countries, one of the most cost-effective measures is to increase access to family planning. This bill makes common sense changes to do just that. We've known from past implementation of the global gag rule that this policy actually increases maternal mortality. It also leads to more abortions, not fewer. Even so, the administration took this disastrous policy and made it worse by expanding it to all global health assistance, politicizing the provision of basic health needs. Since the expansion, implementers have been forced to close facilities, often in underserved areas, cutting off thousands of men, women, and children from services for HIV/AIDS, malaria, maternal health, and more. This madness has led to chaos and confusion, creating a chilling effect in which organizations unnecessarily change or eliminate vital health services for fear of running afoul of the United States government, denying these basic health services to poor women around the world. This amendment would cut off U.S. support for the UN Population Fund or UNFPA. It is impossible for the United States to provide assistance to every country in the world. Through partnership with UNFPA, we can extend our reach to millions of women who often have nowhere else to turn for life-saving health services. UNFPA is one of the few agencies able to work in countries like Venezuela, where in March they helped deliver 90 tons of health, water, hygiene, sanitation, education supplies to the country, including 28,000 personal protective equipment kits for health workers on the front line of coronavirus. UNFPA is also one of our most critical partners in humanitarian settings like Syria, Yemen, where it is often the only provider focused on ensuring women and mothers get the services they need. My colleagues would like you to believe that UNFPA provides assistance through abortions to support China's one-child policy. I want to make it clear, this is simply not true. UNFPA does not provide such services, and the State Department has not conducted a credible investigation to support these claims. Attacks on women's health, my friends, must stop. That is why this bill prioritizes saving lives, strengthening health systems, maintaining global health leadership over politics. I urge my colleagues, think about this issue. Think about the women who have nowhere to go to get this help. Please oppose this amendment. Ranking Member Granger. I yield.
I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. I can't agree to reverse the important policies put forth by this administration to protect life. This amendment ensures that the current policy stays in place to ensure that organizations that provide abortions do not receive federal funding. It returns global health authorities to current law, reflecting the bipartisan compromise that has been in place for many years. Funds for UNFPA are also stopped because of the agency's practices and policies. We must have strong protections in place in this bill to ensure life is protected, and I urge a yes vote.
Mrs. Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the co-chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. This amendment will jeopardize critical and life-saving international family planning and reproductive health programs. There was a time in the United States where women would die at a very young age because of the lack of the ability to plan their pregnancies. The United States will be working to promote the rights of women and girls, not take them away. That's what we should be doing. With COVID-19, the risks for women and girls, the risks that they face are rising, and so it's urgent that we provide information and services to protect their health and safety. In Yemen, a country that is facing a humanitarian crisis, UNFPA is the sole provider of reproductive health supplies for the entire country. UNFPA's work in Jordan, where I had the amazing opportunity to travel to visit a refugee camp and see the introduction of reproductive options for women. We witnessed a woman have a baby who was 19 years old and was on her 5th child. Reproductive health is something that allows a woman to be healthy herself and to provide for the family and the children that she will have and conceive. Jordan, Turkey, and Iraq countries continues to be incredibly important, the work of UNFPA, especially as they continue to host millions of refugees. In the refugee camp in Jordan alone, UNFPA has operated a maternity clinic where more than 12,000 babies have been born without a single maternal mortality death. When women have the ability to decide if, when, and how many children to have, they are better provided, they're better positioned to provide for themselves and their families. Reproductive health is health care. Women's health care is health care, and health care is a basic human right. It's time to take the politics out of health care and support policies that will advance health and rights for all. We're not debating Viagra. We're not debating vasectomies. It's always the rights of the women, and it's time to stop it. I strongly urge my colleagues to reject any efforts to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Aderholt is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise in strong support of my colleague from Kentucky, Ranking Member Rogers' amendment. President Trump has made his intentions very clear. I think his quote was, I will vote against any legislation that weakens current pro-life federal policies and laws or that encourage the destruction of innocent human life at any stage, end quote. Not that I might, but I will veto. Additionally, the bipartisan budget agreement for FY2020 and 2021 stated that there'd be no poison pills that would be included in these appropriation bills, and this language clearly violates that agreement. The underlining bill is bad policy, it's bad politics, and it violates a bipartisan, bicameral agreement. So I would urge my colleagues to support the gentleman from Kentucky's amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Frankel is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Frankel?
Thank you. Madam Chair, my. The attacks by my friends on the other side of the aisle on women's health never seems to end. It's not bad enough that the Republicans have defunded parenthood here in America, but now it seems you will go to the end of the earth to prevent women from having full access to reproductive care. Women must be in charge of our own bodies to determine if and when we bring a child into this world, because no one knows the circumstances of lives, especially the life of a young woman in Kenya or Yemen or Venezuela. We can all agree about the value of life, but what is life-saving about cutting off contraception, maternal health care, nutrition services, HIV/AIDS, and tuberculosis treatment? Because that is what this inane, cruel, harmful amendment does. In fact, a recent GAO report found that the global gag rule, since being reinstated and expanded under the Trump administration, has denied billions of dollars worth of global health awards impacting all kinds of services. Clinics are closing in the poorest, hard-to-reach villages because healthcare providers understand the importance of truthful communications with their patients and access to all safe legal options for the patient's care. Now listen to this. If a woman goes into an HIV clinic in Zimbabwe where they do not provide abortion services, and even ask the doctor where she can get an abortion, if the doctor answers truthfully, the clinic loses its money. Now, how ridiculous is that? And there's irony to this whole predicament. Study after study has shown that the global gag rule has forced providers to either reduce services or shut down, making it harder for women to access contraception. This leads to more unintended pregnancies and more abortions. So give me a break. You're trying to stop abortions by causing more abortions? Adding insult to injury, a recent Guttmacher study estimated that even a 10% reduction in access to health care during the COVID-19 pandemic could result in 15 million unintended pregnancies, 28,000 maternal fatalities, and the deaths of 168,000 newborns. And who is on the front lines fighting these horrible statistics, providing critical care in remote areas? The UNFPA. And prior to defunding, the U.S. was the second largest donor to UNFPA and its second largest donor for humanitarian response. So, Madam Chair, let's be clear what the work of the UNFPA, here's what it does. It supports reproductive health of women and youth in more than 150 countries, which are home to more than 80% of the world's population. It supports the health of pregnant women, especially the 1 million who face life-threatening complications each month. It supports reliable access to modern contraceptives sufficient to benefit 20 million women a year. It supports the training of thousands of healthcare workers to ensure at least 90% of all childbirths are supervised by skilled attendants. It supports the prevention of gender-based violence, which affects 1 in 3 women. It supports the abandonment of female genital mutilation, which harms 3 million girls annually. And it supports the end of child marriage, which could affect an estimated 70 million girls over the next 5 years. But during the COVID-19 pandemic, the UNFPA has scaled up partnerships to avoid stockouts of critical contraceptives, medicines, and PPE supplies. It has erected mobile health care units in dozens of countries to bring health care to people's doorsteps. It continues to work in the world's most fragile humanitarian settings. And here's what UNFP does not support. It does not support and does not manage programs of coercive abortion or involuntary sterilization in China. In truth, Republicans want to cut off funding based upon a false narrative. Yet this is how the State Department has justified eliminating all U.S. funding to this critical agency, to its global operations. And the State Department has yet to even visit UNFP's China program, despite invitations to do so. So I ask you, where is the proof? This Republican amendment is not about life, because when you diminish the service of this critical energy, more girls will have their genitals cut, more young girls will be brides, and more women will die in childbirth. U.S. support for UNFPA is always important, but now more important than ever. My colleagues, when women have access to health care they need, the world will be a better place. Defeat this amendment and save lives. And I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Lee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, let me just say I associate myself with all of the remarks that have been made from the members who opposed this amendment. The Trump administration is undertaking a rearguard effort to deny women around the world the freedom to get the information that they need to make decisions for themselves about their ability and their desire to plan their families. The administration is going so far as to try to even impose this policy on groups that do not receive U.S. funding and to all global health programs, as the chair said. Now, UNFPA programs help prevent abortions and reduce maternal and infant deaths. For the life of me, I can't understand how Republicans would want to cut off funding for UNFPA, oppose comprehensive sex education, oppose access to family planning, and oppose access to abortions. I mean, it's mind-boggling. to believe that this assault on women continues. This amendment, rather than recognize the sanctity of life, of women's life and children's life, it says to women that her and her family's life, that they really don't matter. It's really a shame and disgrace to be this disingenuous. I remember being in Gula in northern Uganda several years ago, and we visited a family in a village. The family had 5 children, and we talked to them, and this was a bipartisan delegation, about their economic security and what would help them most in terms of lifting themselves out of poverty. And they said access to family planning. They had 5 children, and they said that it would be their desire to be able to plan for the next child if in fact they decided to have another child, but they wanted to take care of those 5 children that they had before they contemplated having another child, and they needed help with family planning. And so, Madam Chair, this amendment really is an amendment that denies the sanctity of life for women and men and children. And in fact, it is a matter of life and death for poor women throughout the world. And so I urge a no vote, and I hope at some point women become a priority for Republicans in terms of their right to make their own decisions about family planning, about contraception, and about how they want to live their lives and when and how they want to raise their children. Thank you again, and I urge a no vote.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the other room, I would rise, but I speak out in opposition in this room to the Rogers Amendment. Because sadly, this is another attempt to undermine women's health and access to family planning around the globe. It is wrong for the United States to force a healthcare provider in another country to choose between giving the best medical advice to patients or face giving up critical funding assistance. The global gag rule, which blocks U.S. federal funding for NGOs that provide information, referrals, services, or advocacy for legal abortion, is wrong. It is not just wrong, it is deadly. The consequences of the global gag rule have been dangerous. They include unintended and high-risk pregnancies, as many of my colleagues have mentioned, unsafe abortions, and higher maternal mortality. As the world confronts COVID-19 and its ensuing negative effects on healthcare access, especially for women around the world, we must strike down this harmful policy. Additionally, the fact that this amendment proposes to prohibit funding to UNFPA in the middle of a pandemic, an organization that improves the health of people in over 150 countries, is shameful. Without UNFPA funds, countless women will be left without access to family planning services and resources that prevent gender-based violence, which is increasing at an alarming rate worldwide. And finally, the inability to access critical reproductive health care puts providers and patients at unnecessary risk of contracting and spreading coronavirus. Slashing bilateral family planning funding in this bill isn't just anti-woman and anti-family, it's also anti-science and anti-life. I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Kaptur is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also rise in opposition to the Rogers Amendment that would cut critical funding to protecting women's health programs through the International Family Planning Services as well as the UN Population Fund. Especially during this pandemic, women and children around our world need access to health care services and counseling now more than ever. And I think it's important to state for the record that based on past experience, our country has actually helped prevent nearly 800,000 abortions, prevented nearly 5,000 maternal deaths, and treated over 60,000 cases of serious mental illness, and prevented more than 77,000 infant deaths. Now, this language would affect women who are impoverished the most. No funding for the UN Family Planning Program would actually mean women living in poverty would be reduced even more, and it's a sort of disdain for them, and their voices aren't very loud. I'm thinking of 3 places, and I'll go through them very quickly, where I have traveled. Some of us were on a defense codel to Egypt not so many years ago. But what I can't forget are the neighborhoods in Cairo, the conditions women were living in, and the Muslim Brotherhood was taking over the health clinics, if you could call them clinics, in that major city. And I thought, you mean we can't do better than this? And the U.S. Embassy sat behind sandbags, and I thought, we're not winning. We're not winning here. Healthcare is critical. In the West Bank, when I traveled there, I saw babies, children who were blue babies. And were it not for certain programs that exist, as well as private philanthropy, we would be losing even more children, more infant children there, and mothers with just simply impoverished women with no decent health care. And finally, in Ukraine, to talk to young women who have diabetes with no insulin and trying to bear a child, trying to live a life in a place like that. I really join with my colleagues in opposing this measure as being anti-woman, anti-children, and anti-life. I yield back.
If there is no further debate, the member from Kentucky.
Madam Chair, I'd like to speak on this.
Mr. Harris seeks recognition.
Oh, Mr. Harris is recognized.
Thank you very much, and I want to add my voice to those in support of this amendment, in opposition to spending U.S. taxpayer funds to fund an international organization that supports abortion. It's just that simple. This is not about family planning. This is not about contraception. This is about abortion. There are many international agencies that provide family planning, many international agencies that provide contraception, and they can receive funding. But this agency, the UNFPA, supports abortion, both explicitly and implicitly. It supported the China one-child policy for years, a policy that was a forced abortion policy, forcing women, not giving them the choice, but forcing women to have an abortion. That was wrong. And consistently and continually since then, the USFPA has supported abortion internationally. That's what this debate is about. This debate has been not about whether you support women. It's not about whether you support children. It's not about whether you support life, although it is for those children who are killed by abortion. It's not about family planning. It's not about contraception. It is about abortion. It's just that simple. I yield back.
Ms. Watson-Coleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I metaphorically rise in opposition to this amendment. I do have some adjectives that I think I can associate with this amendment that exposes it for what it is. It's elitist, it's contradictory, it's duplicitous, it's deceitful, it's arrogant, it's unnecessary, and it's counterintuitive. On the one hand, we give rise and voice to eliminating poverty, elevating education, supporting economic development, yet we are standing here defending the opportunity for women and for families to make a decision about what their family should look like, what they can and cannot afford to have and to do. I think that this is so wrong-headed, and I think it's just a further exposure of the duplicitousness that we continue to deal with with our members from the other side of the aisle as it relates to a woman's health care and her right to make decisions best for herself and her family. And with that, I yield back.
If there is no further debate, the member from Kentucky is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Madam Chair, in closing, let me reiterate that this amendment would strike the most controversial language in this bill and restore language that protects the sanctity of life. I urge a yes vote and yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from Kentucky. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No.
The noes have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chair, on that I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amedee. Mr. Amedee, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright.
No.
Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Ms. Clark.
No.
Ms. Clark, no. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Mr. Fortenberry.
Yes.
Mr. Fortenberry, aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel, no. Ms. Granger.
Aye.
Ms. Granger, aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Mr. Herrera-Butler, aye. Mr. Hurd. Mr. Hurd, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick, no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, no. Mrs. Lowy.
No.
Mrs. Lowy, no. Ms. McCullum.
No.
Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Newhouse.
Aye.
Mr. Newhouse, aye. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mrs. Roby. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers, aye. Ms. Robo-Allard. Ms. Robo-Allard, no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, no. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Visklowski.
No.
Mr. Visklowski, no. Ms. Wasserman-Schultz. Ms. Wasserman-Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson-Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson-Coleman, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Carter, I didn't see you on the screen when you voted. Can you recite your vote again, please?
Aye.
Mr. Carter, aye.
No. Sorry. Aye. Yeah.
Mr. Carter, aye.
First time.
I have it. The noes have it. On this vote, the yeas are 21, the nays are 29. The amendment is not adopted. For what purpose does the member from Texas rise? The clerk will read the amendment.
Mr. Cuellar, amendment to State Foreign Operations. The committee is concerned with a high number of grazing leases recently terminated by the International Boundary and Water Commission.
Without objection,
IBWC.
the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
19, a statute that got passed by Congress in 1935. Deals with the International Boundary Water Commission to allow them to lease or dispose of property on the U.S.-Mexico border. That was in 1935. In 1954, the U.S. and Mexico built a dam on the U.S.-Mexico border. When they built that dam, constructed, finished in 1954, the water, the reservoir, displaced landowners on both sides of the border, but I'm talking about the U.S. side. So the ranchers and the residents of Zapata County lost all this property. So therefore, what the International Boundary Water Commission, as per the statute of 1935, leased out some property for grazing purposes for the ranchers in only one county, Zapata, because that's where Lake Falcon is at. Over the period of years, this work became labor intensive, and therefore, working with the International Boundary Water Commission, the commissioner, we're asking that we provide them $250,000 so they can be able to comply with the leases, renew them, amend them, do whatever they need to do. So it's just allowing them to do what they were authorized under the statute in 1935. It applies to only one county in Zapata, and asking just for the money so they can go ahead and work on this program itself. That's it. Ask the members for consideration on this amendment.
Are there any members, other members, wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there is no further debate, the member from Texas is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close. The question is on the amendment offered by the member from Texas. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. That's it.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment.
Yes, for what
At the desk.
purpose does the member from Texas rise?
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Madam Chair, I offer this common sense amendment today to advance our shared goal of more effective and transparent international organizations. The amendment would restore conditions in the bill that have been in place for the last 10 years and that were highly effective in getting reforms accomplished. When I chaired the State Foreign Operations Subcommittee, I added the requirement that some funds be held back until the Secretary of State was able to certify that each of the international organizations funded in the bill were meeting conditions on transparency and accountability. It was a successful tool and we saw good progress. I will give you an example. The United Nations Development Program, also known as UNDP, was notorious for their lack of transparency despite the best efforts of State Department officials seeking reforms. Once the conditions were added and a portion of their funds were held back, they finally began to cooperate. Now we have all their financial audits on a public website. Unfortunately, the bill before us no longer requires that funds be withheld. Instead, it asks for a report. My recommendation would be to put the teeth back in this provision. In addition to those long-standing conditions, the amendment seeks to find a path forward on the World Health Organization. The amendment places reasonable requirements on funding to address concerns that have been expressed on both sides of the aisle. There is broad agreement, even before this pandemic, that reforms were long overdue at WHO. Before I close, I want to address a concern we may hear in response to my amendment. Some may say we should not be cutting off funding to the WHO during a pandemic. This amendment doesn't do that. It doesn't cut off funds. This certification requirement simply says that the WHO has to take steps to conduct an evaluation of the coronavirus outbreak and China's role in it, and they have to be pursuing reforms of the international health regulations. This is not an impossible ask. This is what we should demand of an agency in such a critical position to protect public health. I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
I recognize myself and rise in opposition to the amendment. I have long placed the utmost importance on oversight and transparency at the United Nations, which is why the House Mark continues stringent accountability measures for the United Nations and other intentional organizations. However, over the last 3 years, the administration's substantial delays and abuse of the withholding included in previous SFOPS bills has slowed down the timely obligation and disbursement of funds that the United Nations and other international organizations, such as UNICEF and NATO, depend on. Needless delays in dispersing funds, as well as politically motivated reviews of international organizations, only serve to weaken our standing on the world stage and deem the United States a far less reliable partner. Not only would my colleague's amendment allow the administration to continue withholding critical assistance, it would also allow the Trump administration's misguided policy toward the World Health Organization to continue. I refuse to let this committee be part of the charade to escape the WHO over the COVID pandemic. Despite the protests of hundreds of global experts around the world, including our own domestic health experts, President Trump has chosen politics over the leading global health organization in the midst of this pandemic. Worse yet, this is not only about coronavirus. The lack of participation in the WHO will affect our progress on polio, our preparations for the next flu season, and even our voice at the table to ensure that the WHO emerges as a stronger organization once we are through the current crisis. Congress needs to ensure that our leadership on global health endures. Finally, and most regrettable, we, the Congress, cannot trust this administration not to abuse the withholding authority, because that is exactly what they have done to suit a tweet or half-baked policy. This administration is forcing us to take these actions in the bill by continue to not act in good faith. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Who?
Ms. Lee seeks recognition.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge a no vote on this amendment. Pandemics, they don't respect borders. We've learned this time and time again with HIV, with H1N1, with Zika, with Ebola, and now again with COVID-19. The only way to truly defeat COVID and help America and the world recover is through international cooperation. Likewise, so many other problems we face in the world today require us to cooperate with others. For example, I too have many concerns about China's behavior, their COVID response, their record on human rights, treatment of Hong Kong residents, their treatment of many minorities, and threatening policies toward their neighbors. But how can the United States rally the world, including our allies, to present a united front against such behavior when we isolate ourselves and refuse to engage in institutions like the United Nations and the World Health Organization that we helped create and that are valued by so many of our allies? I believe that if my colleagues look at the consequences of this kind of amendment, that they will reject it not only as ill-suited for the moment that we're in, but as something that undermines our own objectives by offering it. So I urge a no vote. Thank you again, Madam Chair.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment?
Dr. Harris seeks recognition.
Dr. Harris is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. There's no reason to vote against this amendment because of the World Health Organization wording. You just have to read it for yourself. All the World Health Organization has to do is take steps to conduct an investigation into exactly what in the world happened that resulted in the deaths of 130,000 Americans. That's all they have to do. They don't have to conduct the investigation. They just have to take steps to see what went on, and then to carry out meaningful reforms on the international health regulations, including the process for declaring a public health emergency of international concern, because clearly that was not declared in a timely fashion in this case, resulting in the deaths of 130,000 Americans. If we're going to contribute to the World Health Organization, we should ask for them to act responsibly and to address our concerns on this issue. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Mr. Price seeks recognition.
Mr. Price is recognized.
Madam Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment. It is, of course, appropriate for this committee to oversee the use of U.S. contributions to the World Health Organization and to ask hard questions about that organization's performance. We are obligated to do that. But that's not really what this amendment is about. It is not appropriate. It is not appropriate. In fact, it is inappropriate and destructive to scapegoat the World Health Organization for a worldwide pandemic which our government itself has mismanaged, and to summarily end cooperation and funding to the World Health Organization in a way that will make the worldwide pandemic and the ability to deal with it immeasurably worse. That is a terrible idea. And that's what this administration has perpetrated. And it's what this amendment would facilitate. We simply cannot ignore the context. This amendment is not occurring in a vacuum. We have to ask about the consequences, I think, in a very searching way. And that leads me to strongly oppose the amendment.
I just, for purposes of clarification, from the amendment, it states clearly that funds appropriated by this act that are made available for the World Health Organization shall be withheld from obligation until the Secretary of State certifies and reports to the appropriate congressional committee that the World Health Organization is taking steps, and then I would continue all your other to conduct an impartial, independent, but the money is being withheld according to the amendment. Is there any further comment?
Ms. Herrera Butler seeks recognition.
Ms. Butler is acknowledged.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, based on what you just said, the funds are withheld contingent upon them taking steps to. You can drive a truck through that language, it's so loose. All they have to do is demonstrate they're taking steps. There's no massive, immediate report due. There's no overburdening bureaucratic work to be done. Like, they can literally have a meeting and show we're going to take this seriously. We believe that this is worth looking at, and they have to provide that. Taking steps to, I mean, that's not exactly technically difficult language to achieve. I mean, that's a pretty low bar. And for us to say that's too difficult to ask of this organization when clearly they did not respond, there is a lot of question about how they responded to the crisis in the early days and what information they provided. I think this is a pretty low bar just to say, hey, can you guys move in the right direction? I just wanted to clarify that, and I do urge adoption of the amendment. I yield back.
If there is no further debate, the member from Texas is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. By supporting this amendment, we can help the WHO get serious about reforms while also improving their effectiveness as an organization during this historic time. There should be no disagreement over this amendment that advances the goal of more effective and transparent international organizations. I urge a yes vote.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from Texas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chair, I ask for a roll call vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter.
Aye.
Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright.
No.
Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Mr. Fortenberry.
Yes.
Mr. Fortenberry, aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel, no. Ms. Granger.
Aye.
Ms. Granger, aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Ms. Rare Butler. Ms. Rare Butler, aye. Mr. Hurd. Mr. Hurd, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick, no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, no. Mrs. Lowy.
No.
Mrs. Lowy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mrs. Roby. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Ms. Robo-Allard. Mr. Robo-Allard, no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, no. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Visclosky.
No.
Mr. Visclosky, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
Yes.
Mrs. Watson
No.
Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack.
Oh, I'm
aye.
sorry. Correction. Correction?
Mrs. Watson Coleman, you are recorded as
No.
now a no.
Thank you.
While we're waiting for the vote, I'd like to announce we have one additional amendment. After we vote on that amendment and the bill, we will break for lunch and return at 2 p.m. to consider agriculture and military construction, VA. So one more amendment, and after we vote on that, we break for lunch. On this vote, the yeas are 21 and the nays are 29. The amendment is not adopted. For what purpose does the member from Kentucky arise?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading thereof.
The clerk will read the amendment.
I ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Madam Chair, my amendment would strike controversial new subsidies for international climate funds and instead put those resources to better use by restoring full funding to the Countering Chinese Influence
There's too
Fund.
much noise.
Madam
Where's my-
Chair, the committee's not in order.
My friends, we have one more amendment. Let's all listen to the amendment, and then we can go and have lunch. Thank you for your attention.
Under the Obama administration, there was an aggressive regulatory rampage on domestic energy production and consumption. The impacts were harshly felt in the heart of Appalachia and my eastern Kentucky congressional district. The final nail in the coffin was the Paris Agreement, aiming to ensure that coal could not even be exported to developing countries in need of affordable energy. 12,000 good jobs in my district were gone in what seemed like the blink of an eye. It was a catastrophe, and we're still trying to rebound. In the negotiations leading up to the Paris conference, participants called for a green climate fund that would collect $100 billion a year by calendar 2020. Although Congress has yet to appropriate a single dollar specifically allocated for the Green Climate Fund, the U.S. contributed $1 billion under the previous administration, requiring an additional $500 million be spent on international climate activities, such as the Green Climate Fund, is an ill-advised use of taxpayer funds. This amendment proposes a smarter investment, one we can all agree on, the Countering Chinese Influence Fund. As I know the chair is keenly aware, China's growing hard and soft power is of increasing concern to the U.S. and their allies. Its aggressive stance in the South China Sea and on the Indian border is deeply worrisome. Beijing has just also adopted, is already implementing, a deeply unpopular national security law that effectively invalidates the one country, two systems protections promised to Hong Kong for 50 years in 1997. In order to counter the wide-ranging efforts by the Chinese government, the communist government, to undermine the interests of the U.S., its partners, and allies, we need resource commitments commensurate with the nature of that challenge. This amendment would help further that very important goal. So on the amendment, Madam Chair, I ask for a yes vote, and I yield back.
I have it here. No one else? Okay. I recognize myself and rise in opposition to my friend's amendment. Climate change is a real threat that the United States cannot win alone. The Green Climate Fund is the best vehicle we have to fight a global problem on a global basis. If the United States refuses to participate, we are demonstrating that we are not serious about this global threat. Climate change is a threat multiplier that increases the risk of conflict, hurting the global food supply, causing displacement and migration, and leading to major shortages of water. We have a moral responsibility to safeguard our planet and ensure our children and grandchildren inherit a clean, healthy future. We also have a national security obligation to protect the citizens who sent us here. Any alternative is unacceptable. I share my colleagues' interest in countering Chinese malign influence, and that is why this bill includes over $200 million to do just that. We already appropriated $300 million into the State Department's new Countering Chinese Influence Fund last year. However, we have yet to see the State Department obligate significant resources from this new fund, and adding even more money in this year's bill would only add to the pipeline. Climate change is as real a threat to our national security as any geopolitical challenge. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Are there any members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there is no further debate, the member from Kentucky is recognized. The amendment for 1 minute to close.
Madam Chair, in closing, this amendment would strike unwarranted contributions to international climate funds and instead plus up our efforts to counter China to the level from the last fiscal year. I urge support of the amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from Kentucky. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amedee. Mr. Amedee, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter.
Aye.
Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright.
No.
Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Mr. Lauro. Mr. Lauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Mr. Fortenberry.
Yes.
Mr. Fortenberry, aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel, no. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger, aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Ms. Herrera Butler. Ms. Herrera Butler, aye. Mr. Hurd. Mr. Hurd, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Cafter. Ms. Cafter, no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick, no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, no. Mrs. Lowy. Mrs. Lowy, no. Ms. McCullum.
No.
Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mrs. Roby. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers, aye. Ms. Robo-Allard. Ms. Robo-Allard, no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, no. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Visklowski.
No.
Mr. Visklowski, no. Ms. Wassman Schultz. Ms. Watson-Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson-Coleman?
No.
Mrs. Watson-Coleman, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 21 and the nays are 29. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Seeing none, I recognize the gentlewoman from Ohio for a motion, and I ask for your support for this bill.
Madam Chairwoman, I move to favorably report the State and Foreign Operations Appropriations Act 2021 to the House.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos, aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter?
No.
Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright?
Aye.
Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Christ? Mr. Christ, aye. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Lauro? Mr. Lauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry?
No.
Mr. Fortenberry, no. Ms. Frankel?
Aye.
Ms. Frankel, aye. Ms. Granger? Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera-Butler? Ms. Herrera-Butler, no. Mr. Hurd? Mr. Hurd, no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Cafter?
Aye.
Ms. Cafter, aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mrs. Kirkpatrick?
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick, aye. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence, aye. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy?
Aye.
Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCullum?
Aye.
Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo? Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price? Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby? Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Ms. Robo-Allard? Ms. Robo-Allard, aye. Mr. Rupesberger? Mr. Rupesberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Ryan? Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano? Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart? Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Visklowski?
Aye.
Mr. Visklowski, aye. Ms. Wassman-Schultz? Ms. Wassman-Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson-Coleman?
Aye.
Ms. Watson-Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no.
Steve? To go to lunch or what? On this vote, the ayes at 29, the noes at 21, the motion is agreed to. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report just approved. Seeing no objection, so ordered.
Madam Chair, I ask for 3 days for the minority to file.
Fine. The vote is passed. I thank you very much for your cooperation. This is a very moving moment for me, and I look forward to working with all of you on the next bills. And thank you again to my dear friends, Mr. Rogers and Mr. Granger. Thank you very much, and please come back at 2. Okay, that was
Testing 1, 2.
Good afternoon. Our third order of business today is consideration of the Agriculture Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2021. I will now recognize Mr. Bishop to present the bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am pleased that we are here to consider the Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill. I'd like to begin by thanking our subcommittee's distinguished ranking member, Mr. Fortenberry. This is our second year working together, and I really appreciate the ranking member's intense commitment to rural communities and his devotion to establishing and maintaining a healthy dialogue, which makes this process much easier and much more effective. In fact, we were on the phone yesterday evening hammering out the final details. The ranking member is always thinking of creative solutions, and I can positively say that we improved the bill in the last 24 hours through several items in the manager's amendment. We developed a great bill that will make life better for millions of Americans, and I'm grateful for his friendship and for the cooperation during this process, which has been anything but normal. I also want to say a special thank you to Chairwoman Lowy, as this will be her final agriculture appropriations markup. Ms. Lowy, if I had command of all of the words and all of the languages spoken by all of the people in all of the world, I would not have enough words combined to adequately express my gratitude and the gratitude that we feel and the appreciation that we have for your service to this committee, to Congress, and to the American people. It is impossible to fully thank you for everything that you've done, but it has been a tremendous pleasure working with you over the years. I have great admiration for your dedication to public service and to humankind. As I mentioned at our subcommittee markup, you and Ranking Member Granger have set a fine example for how members from different sides of the aisle can work together in a bipartisan way through our differences on issues to arrive at a consensus that benefits the American people. You both inspire us all. Now to the business at hand. Our subcommittee received more than 9,000 member requests, a large increase over last year. We were able to fund the vast majority of member requests on both sides of the aisle. Our fiscal year 2021 allocation is almost $24 billion, 2% above the fiscal year 2020 enacted level, and more than $4.1 billion above the budget request, once again rejecting the administration's draconian cuts. That starts with broadband access. Over the last several years, starting with former Chairman Aderholt, this committee has invested close to $1.5 billion to expand rural broadband access. This year, as the coronavirus pandemic forces students and workers across the country to go online, we double down on our commitment. The Reconnect program, which has broad bipartisan support, is funded at $990 million, an increase of $435 million, or 78%. In total, the bill provides more than $3.2 billion, with a B, in budget authority for rural development programs to fund critical infrastructure such as water and wastewater systems and rural housing needs. The bill once again includes the 10-20-30 anti-poverty formula provision for rural development programs that's designed to target much-needed federal resources to rural communities that are in need. Persistent poverty communities all across the country for too long have suffered from neglect, and this provision will assist in reversing that neglect and help these communities to thrive. The bill provides $1.83 billion for farm production programs. I'm proud to say this includes $33 million in loan authority to resolve ownership and succession of farmland issues, also known as the heir property issue, which predominantly affects black farmers and has led to the loss of millions of acres of privately held farmland dating back more than a century. These funds will help owners navigate ownership disputes and help families keep their farmland. According to the 2017 Census of Agriculture, black farmers account for only 1.4% of the country's 3.4 million producers. The number of black farmers has increased since 2012, and I will do everything I possibly can to make sure that that trend continues. The bill provides $3.3 billion for agricultural research to ensure that America retains its role as the leader of global agricultural science. That number includes an increase of $29.5 million for programs that support the 1890s land-grant institutions. I am happy to say that we rejected the administration's proposed elimination of the Food for Peace and McGovern-Dole programs. Respectively, we provided $1.775 billion and $235 million for these programs, an increase totaling $65 million to ensure that American agriculture remains an essential tool for diplomacy. The bill fully funds SNAP, child nutrition, and WIC programs to meet expected participation in FY2021. It also blocks two unconscionable SNAP rules: the able-bodied adults without dependents final rule and the standard utility allowance proposed rule that were designed to restrict program eligibility. These are rules the administration refuses to reconsider even in the middle of this pandemic that has caused massive unemployment. I think that this is just plain wrong. The bill funds smaller but critical nutrition programs that are proven to reduce hunger. The summer EVT program is funded at $50 million, and the school breakfast expansion grants are funded at $15 million. For the Food and Drug Administration, the bill provides $3.2 billion in discretionary funding, an increase of $41 million. Increased funding is dedicated to new initiatives that would advance influenza vaccine technologies, enhance the safety of medical products, and the nation's food supply, especially in light of COVID-19. The bill, if we adopt an amendment, which I will offer shortly, will give the FDA the same mandatory authority to recall prescription drugs that it already has to recall unsafe food and medical devices, a need that has become increasingly apparent in the past few weeks. Finally, I want to thank my personal staff, Michael Reed and Maya Solomon, and the subcommittee staff, Martha Foley, Demlyn Jones, Perry Yates, Joe Lehman, Randy Staples, and Justin Masucci, for their hard work on this bill. And certainly, we thank and appreciate the cooperation we've received from Tom O'Brien of the minority staff and the staff of the subcommittee, as well as the minority staff of the full committee. And a special thanks to our majority clerk, Shalonda Young, for her strong leadership, her steady hand, and tremendous insight in leading the majority full committee staff. In closing, I ask for your support of the bill. It's a strong bill that continues important investments in rural and farm production programs, agriculture and medical research initiatives, international aid, and nutrition. It is a bill that meets the moment and touches the future, and I look forward to moving it through the process. Before I yield back, I again want to thank our chairwoman for her passion and her dedication to the committee. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you to my dear friend, Mr. Bishop. I always appreciate your friendship, your eloquence, your elegance, your thoughtfulness, and your kind remarks. Thank you very much. I would now like to recognize the subcommittee ranking member, Mr. Fortenberry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the recognition. First, I'd like to begin with a few remarks about my friend Chairman Bishop. First, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your generous remarks to me. You've worked very hard on this bill to listen to members, to meet their needs when possible, and minimize disagreement, and I'm really grateful for that. Mr. Chairman, I think it's important for everyone to know that I have your cell number, and we talk in the mornings, we've talked on weekends, we've talked to the administration together about areas of mutual concern, along with our staffs, particularly Martha Foley and Tom O'Brien, always looking for constructive solutions, so I'm grateful. Let me acknowledge the leadership and passion as well of Chair Lowy. Thank you again for your kind support and encouragement in this regard, and our ranking member, Ms. Granger, as well, for continuing to look for, again, creative ways in which we can find reasonable alignment in a number of these measures. Just like Chairman Bishop, I'm very proud of the area I come from, and in a few weeks there will be a ritual starting in my house. Celeste and I have 5 daughters. One of our daughters will get up very, very early in the morning, and she will go to a nearby parking lot, and she will get on a school bus. And they will ride about 30 or 40 miles and enter into a cornfield when it's cool and wet out there and during the prairie morning. And she will fight off corn rash and insects for most of the day until it gets too hot to work anymore. It's a ritual called detasseling, taking the tassels off of seed corn. This is a very important work that goes on in Nebraska. But for young people, think about the magnificent life lesson here. At the earliest of ages, it connects the idea of effort to reward and hard work to a job satisfaction. And it also teaches them that they better stay in school or they're going to have to continue to do this and further in life. It's really tough. And the beautiful thing about this whole idea is it points to what agriculture really is. Agriculture both unites us and it provides this extraordinary gift of food as well as interdependence in community. There's not a person who doesn't look out of their window or drive by a field of green that isn't moved. There's not a person out there who hasn't longed for the intimacy of relationship around the table of plenty. And there's not a person who hasn't taken a seed and nurtured it and watched a flower grow. And so it is with the farmer. It's about places and people connecting the land and connecting to each other. Now, with all these niceties behind us, I'd like to highlight a few important aspects of the bill: food and drug security, rural broadband, and what I call farm of the future. We are fortunate that a number of food programs in this bill were able to meet the tectonic changes that were cast upon us by the recent pandemic. Just 2 weeks after President Trump declared a national health emergency, we all worked in a bipartisan spirit to pass the CARES Act. This unprecedented legislative airlift provided direct support for our farmers and ranchers, as well as critical help to food banks across the country. Madam Chair, I'll occasionally stop by a local food pantry to just be present during the distribution of food to those who are in need. However, during the pandemic, I decided to go to another food bank site, and I was shocked. There was a line of cars a quarter-mile long. A number of these people previously had been volunteers, but now they themselves needed help. Our committee and the entire Congress have worked well together to meet the needs by building upon the base programs in this bill to support those who have suffered the indignity of food insecurity. Our health depends upon good food, innovative cures, and the integrity of our drug supply. During the pandemic, we've all learned what many of us already knew, that we are importing drugs and drug ingredients from insecure parts of the world, countries that do not share our commitment to transparency, quality, and protection of labor standards. Approximately 80% of our active pharmaceutical ingredients are sourced outside of America. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank you for agreeing to language that would identify those pharmaceutical plants in places like China that do not provide FDA investigators immediate access to facilities or records of them. While the FDA is only part of the solution, drug operations abroad must be held to the same standards of accountability as they are here at home. Frankly, I would be much more comfortable if I saw the Made in America label on every prescription bottle. Second, I want to highlight, as the chairman has, the importance of rural broadband in this bill. We've all talked about the need for a digital leap, and what's unfolding before our eyes is exactly that. Through telehealth, telework, and teleeducation, they're here to stay. and it's going to revolutionize the way in which we structure community. This bill provides a strong commitment with an additional $435 million for the expansion of rural broadband. And the key is to use it correctly, where telehealth, teleeducation, telework, and precision agriculture are the norms, all working harmoniously. Here's an example of the challenge in one of my communities of Columbus, Nebraska. It's about 25,000 people. A mother had to bring her child to the school parking lot in order to access the public Wi-Fi through the school so the child could do their homework. See, it's not just about wires laid or service providers. It's about functionality and the mission of creating an ecosystem of livability. And those metrics we have to use to determine the outcomes, and this bill points to them. So again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Finally, I want to focus on the concept of farm of the future. At its core, it's about data-driven solutions that integrate precision agriculture and resilient ag practices to increase productivity, generate value-added products, and enhance sustainability in agricultural communities. For example, at the University of Nebraska, I'm very proud that our agricultural programs are growing in terms of the number of students, because it's about a larger values proposition that has real meaning for our 21st century. Of course, it's about the traditional sciences of animal science and husbandry, agronomy and plant science. And it's also about environmental science, marketing, ag tech, and international development, all designed to create a regenerative economy that produces healthy food, a better environment, more revenue to the farmer, and an expansion of our agricultural family. It's exciting. All of this reminds me of the Brugger brothers, two young men who I know from back home. These guys could have their own reality TV show. They come from a multi-generation traditional grain farm, and they work it. But they've also started a specialty crop production in hops. They bought the local bar along Main Street for economic development. I guess in business school you'd call that vertical integration. I just call it imaginary vision. I'd love us for all to take a field trip and see what they're doing there. On the related issues, there are a number of other important things in this bill. Mr. Chairman, you placed a very special and important emphasis on historic black colleges, and I appreciate that, and I want to acknowledge that publicly. There's also $20 million for the LAMP program, farmers markets, cultivating regional food economies, tribal demonstration projects, all in an attempt to connect the urban to the rural and the farmer to the family. While now I could go on with the pleasantries in the speech, there comes a point in every speech that you have to turn to some areas of concern. So, Mr. Chairman, that's about as soft as I could make it. As Ranking Member Granger has noted in other bills, this bill is partially financed with funds not agreed to by our budget agreement we were all party to less than a year ago. There are several controversial policy riders that we believe should be best handled by the authorizing committee. For instance, we did all agree during the high unemployment of the pandemic that it was necessary to suspend the additional requirements for certain SNAP recipients to seek work opportunity. We all agreed that the maximum allotment of benefits to households during the ongoing public health emergency was important and right. We did the right thing, the compassionate and reasonable thing during this time of increased suffering. However, when times are good and the economy is strong, the program could be adjusted accordingly to help persons find meaningful work, but that possibility in the future is banned in this bill. As we further deliberate on the issues in the very future, on all of these issues in the very near future, it is certainly my preference, and I think everyone's, to let all of the good things in this bill shine forth and to continue with our normal bipartisan conversations that is the hallmark of the agricultural community, and avoid any possible veto threat of the President. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to continuing our work together. Thank you so much for your leadership, and I yield back.
I would now like to recognize myself for opening remarks. I thank Chairman Bishop and Ranking Member Fortenberry for their important work on this bill, as well as the staff for their efforts to craft the product before us. The coronavirus pandemic has made it abundantly clear that we must do more to address America's food security crisis and to strengthen struggling communities that are reeling from the pandemic and ensuing recession. While the Trump administration's budget would gut critical investments in vulnerable populations and rural communities at a time of great need and uncertainty, this fiscal year 2021 bill would reduce disparities made worse by the pandemic with strong funding and protections to help put nutritious food on people's tables and to connect more Americans to work, school, health care, and family with increased broadband access. At a time when hunger is growing, the food supply is under threat, and more Americans are falling into poverty, this bill responds effectively to meet the needs of SNAP and WIC to ensure the most vulnerable have access to nutritious meals. Feed children when they are out of school through the summer EBT program, and increase investments in the child nutrition program by $1.5 billion. It would also give FDA a much-needed $41 million boost so it can continue to review treatments and one day vaccines for COVID-19, as well as ensure the safety of our food, drugs, and medical devices. The package before us also includes language directing FDA to take more meaningful steps on two important issues: tobacco enforcement and food allergens. One of my proudest achievements was passing the law to require the labeling of major food allergens so that allergic customers can know what is in the food they eat. But this list has not adapted as some allergens have become more prevalent, such as sesame, which is estimated to affect more than 1 million Americans. Provide a timeline and recommendations on the inclusion of sesame as a major allergen. The report also includes language directing FDA to increase enforcement of tobacco products, including e-cigarettes, many of which are on the market in violation of federal law. A year after a vaping illness sickened more than 2,800 Americans and led to remove illegal products from the market and protect youth who continue to be targeted by manufacturers. Lastly, the bill also includes funding to ensure the humane treatment of animals, support for Smith Lever extension grants, and much-needed funding for Food for Peace and McGovern-Dole. In closing, I again thank Chairman Bishop, Ranking Member Fortenberry, and the subcommittee staff, as well as my personal office staff, Dana Acton, Wendy Corson, for their hard work and contributions. I would now like to recognize Ranking Member Granger for her opening remarks.
Madam Chair, thank you for yielding. I want to thank Agricultural Subcommittee Chairman Bishop for his hard work on this bill. It's a good bill. I also want to recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Fortenberry. Thank you very much. The coronavirus pandemic has shown us the importance of programs funded by this subcommittee. For example, I'm glad we were able to help children continue to have access to the meals they rely on while their schools were closed over the past several months. Support for our farmers and ranchers has been a lifeline throughout this crisis after many years of economic challenges. We also expanded internet coverage into rural areas, so very important to so many people, and we continue to do so with this fiscal year 2021 bill. The bill also ensures we have safe and effective drugs, including those that are imported. We've realized we must do more to bring the manufacturing of medical equipment and pharmaceuticals back to the United States. Far too much of this supply chain is based overseas. Mr. Chairman, I hope this is an issue we can continue to work on together. While there are many areas where we agree, I'm concerned about several controversial riders in the bill, a few of which could be poison pills. The bill contains provisions that would permanently prevent the administration from implementing reforms. The bill also addresses several policies that are best addressed in authorizing legislation, not through our appropriations process. We really should work together on appropriation bills that meet agreed upon spending levels and avoid controversial legislative language. This is the only way to get the bills through the House and the Senate and signed into law, and that's what we want. In closing, I'd like to recognize and thank our staff for their hard work on this bill. And Madam Chairman, I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill?
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair?
You are recognized.
Ms. Cafter seeks recognition.
Ms. Cafter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me begin by extending my sincerest thanks to our distinguished Chair, Sanford Bishop. Once again, you and Ranking Member Fortenberry have demonstrated outstanding leadership in crafting such a strong and well-thought-out agriculture appropriation bill. I'm honestly can say you are both a valued colleague and a real friend, and what you do for the American people cannot be overstated, including during this difficult period of COVID-19. I want to thank Ranking Member Fortenberry also for joining me in spearheading a Victory Garden movement in America to help inspire citizens and aid our food supply chain during this pandemic. Your bipartisanship is greatly appreciated on such a worthy cause during such a moment in our history. This year, your subcommittee and staff have not only had the task of preparing the FY21 Agriculture Appropriation Bill, but the tremendous responsibility to reassure our citizens they will not go hungry during COVID. Your bipartisan legislative efforts to help our food banks, vulnerable consumers and farmers are essential and should be applauded. As well, your attention to regenerative agriculture in regions where soil and water are intimately intertwined and codependent are deeply valued. This research is vital to maintaining the integrity of our lands and waters, including restoring nutrients back to our crops. I'm heartened Chair Bishop and Ranking Member Fortenberry have provided support for the Office of Urban Agriculture and Innovative Production, urging the Department of Agriculture and the U.S. Botanic Gardens to work together to educate, especially in food deserts, Americans on the benefits and methods of growing food under the rubric of urban agriculture. This bill aims toward new opportunity, which will aid in more local and sustainable production, and having spoken at length with both the U.S. Botanical Garden Director Sarah Moon and the USDA Office of Urban Agriculture Director Louis Aspey, I can tell you they are also excited to take advantage of new opportunities in this bill to advance urban agriculture in food-short, neglected urban areas. This bill also allows emergency feeding organizations such as food banks to use TFAP funding to assist with storing, transporting, and distributing commodities. This is a significant movement that will reduce food waste while fighting hunger. In conclusion, again, thank you, Chairman Bishop, for your real leadership in bringing forth a bill with your ranking member with the genuine well-being of all the American people in mind. I urge strong support of this measure. I yield back.
Ms. DeLauro. Oh, is there anyone on the other side? No. Ms. DeLauro.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and to you, to Ranking Member Granger, as well as the Chairman of the Subcommittee, Sanford Bishop, and our Ranking Member, Jeff Fortenberry. I want to thank you all for the leadership of this subcommittee. And it's important, the leadership of it, it's about your commitment to the working families, farmers and ranchers and rural communities that are served by this bill. We are facing a health crisis and an economic crisis that have exposed serious disparities in our system. The COVID-19 pandemic has pinpointed to us where our system of supports is not as strong as we believed it to be. So I am glad this bill is making the short-term and long-term investments that are needed. The bill takes strong action against the scourge of hunger in our country, which has gotten worse because of the pandemic. And according to the Household Pulse survey conducted by the U.S. Census Bureau, and I quote, households with children were more likely to report permanent loss of employment and food shortages since the start of the pandemic. And as recently, just a few days ago in the New York Times, to be hungry in the middle of a pandemic, and the other articles about the risks that children face during this pandemic that are all related to food shortage. Along with providing necessary funding for the Department of Agriculture's Nutrition Assistance Program, the bill includes language to block implementation of 2 rules that would threaten food assistance for hundreds of thousands of people. Work requirements for the food stamp program are mistaken at the best of times. They are unconscionable in the midst of a pandemic. I want to remind my colleagues that food stamp spending is a powerful anti-recession tool. It has previously been estimated that for each dollar spent from benefits, $1.70 is generated in economic activity. Finally, let me say a thank you again to Chairman Bishop, to Ranking Member Fortenberry for their leadership in other areas of the bill. The strong investments to ensure the continued availability and safety of the nation's food supply, as well as language designed to protect the health and the safety of workers in our meat packing plants, in our poultry plants, as well as the farm workers who are out in the field every single day. I thank you very, very much to all of the attention that you have paid to these critically and important issues, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Lauro. I'm proud to leave 1 minute, 2 minutes, how much time? To Ms. Lee.
Thank you very much. Let me thank our chair for your tremendous leadership in putting this bill together, and also to our ranking member, Mr. Fortenberry. It's really a great investment for our rural communities and for the entire country, especially our nutrition programs. Let me also thank the incredible staff. Excuse me. Were you saying something, Mr.? Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, I want to thank our incredible staff also for putting this bill together and including all of our priorities, including those in my district. As the chair mentioned, this critical bill is funded at $23.98 billion, which is a $487 million increase over fiscal 20 levels, which I'm very pleased to see. First, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the many notable increases for our farmers in California and across the nation. As the only member from California on the Agricultural Subcommittee, I'm pleased to see robust funding for the National Organic Program at $18 million and our Specialty Crop Pest Program at $198 million. These programs help fund critical research and education and protect U.S. farmers throughout our nation. Also, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your work on nutrition in this bill, including $50 million for the summer EBT program, which is critical for the millions of children who go hungry during the summer because they are without regular meals. Our children need this program to help improve nutrition security and to make sure no child goes hungry in the summer. The bill also includes $5 million to the Healthy Food Financing Initiative. This critical program provides loans and grant financing to attract grocery stores and other fresh food retailers in low-income areas. It's very important because we can help expand access to healthy food, again, both in rural and in urban communities. And I am so pleased to have helped usher in the first programmatic funding for this program and to see it included in this bill before with this increase. It's a very important step. Also, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the $20 million in this bill for the WIC program, which of course is an increase, and it's critical to ensure that 1.7 million WIC recipients are connected to healthy food and have equal access to fresh fruits and vegetables. So this is an extremely important program for everyone, all of our women and children throughout the country. Finally, let me thank the chair for including bill language that would block the able-bodied adults without dependents final rule and the standard utility allowance rule proposed rule. These are really very cruel rules proposed by the Trump administration to deny access to vital food programs to families in the midst of this horrific pandemic. During COVID-19, we must continue to provide SNAP benefits for struggling families, disproportionately, of course, families of color being hit by the coronavirus, on top of the systemic racism and structural injustices that already confront them. We must ease the burden on families by ensuring that they are able to provide food on the table. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you again. I look forward to seeing this bill on the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the chair and the ranking member of the subcommittee and all their staff for the hard work on this bill. I know it was quite an undertaking this year as our country continues to battle coronavirus, which has impacted nearly every single aspect of our lives. And these investments are now made more important than ever. I rise in support of this bill, which makes critical investments to strengthen nutrition assistance for families and children, support our farmers, protect our environment and our natural resources, and works to guarantee the safety of our food and drugs. But I'd like to thank the committee for including report language providing funding for the FDA to address cosmetic safety, specifically skin lightening products that are targeted towards women and girls of color. These products often contain dangerous, illegal levels of mercury, which can lead to serious health consequences, including damage to the kidneys, immune and nervous systems, as well as skin damage. I'd also like to thank the committee for including bill language requiring that Secretary Perdue submit all documents that the USDA and Forest Service produce before abruptly canceling a mineral withdrawal study in the Rainy River watershed in Minnesota. This study was canceled in September 2018, 20 months into a 24-month review with nothing less than a one-page press release. Despite repeated requests and exchanges that I've had with the Secretary during hearings in this committee over the past 2 years, the Forest Service has not shared any of the requested documents. This taxpayer-funded information has been denied to Congress and to the American people. Under a Freedom of Information Act request, the USDA released this document. Its title page of the environmental assessment is followed by 60 pages of full redactions. The administration is claiming a deliberate process privilege. While that privilege applies to records that are pre-decisional, the USDA and the Forest Service has clearly made a decision when they canceled the study in 2018, and then when 2 federal mine leases were renewed in May 2019, and in December 2019, a mining company, Twin Metals, submitted a mine plan to review for the federal government. So I'd like to thank the chair for working with me on language requiring the Secretary to release what we should be looking on all these pages that are redacted. But before I close, Mr. Chair, I'd like to comment on the food distribution program on Indian reservations, funded at $134 million. It's about $27 million less than last year. Now, I understand that there's carryover balances from prior years, and the USDA staff thinks that it's enough to meet the full demand in 2021. At a time when Indian country has been hit especially hard by the coronavirus, I have heard from many tribal leaders about food insecurity, and they're concerned that lowering a baseline for funding could have grave consequences for tribes that are already struggling with hunger. So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to work with you and the ranking member and tribal organizations to make sure that what the USDA has told us that they have the funding to meet the demand in 2021 is actually going to happen. So I thank you so much for your work, Mr. Chair, and to the ranking member. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Ms. Pingree seeks recognition.
Ms. Pingree is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to add to the many people who spoke earlier today about our wonderful chairwoman. We will, I guess this comes under the category of everything's been said, but not everybody has said it. And I just want to echo the wonderful things that have already been said about you today. And thank you personally for, from the first day I got here and probably before, being such a good friend and such a good leader and a good voice on so many issues. And I'm particularly proud that I've had the opportunity to serve under a female chair, in fact, a female chair and ranking member. And I think we can't all understand the impact that has on our daughters and granddaughters. And thank you for being that female chair. And I'm very proud to be a member of this subcommittee, and I want to thank the chair for the wonderful work and that he did with the staff on this committee and putting so much together at such an important time, and also the ranking member. As some committees are, this is truly a very bipartisan committee, and food and agriculture, for the most part, is something that I think we all care deeply about and work well together, so I appreciate that. Just a couple of things that I want to highlight. Some of them already been so, but I think there's some things in this bill that really respond to the issues that have come to light because of COVID-19. And the Chair Bishop already mentioned the importance of the huge increase to rural broadband. If there's one thing we've learned in working remotely or trying to have schools run remotely, is that so many places around our country, whether they're urban or rural, don't have access to broadband. Maine is sometimes rated 49th in connectivity and 49th in speed. So you can imagine how critically important this is to our schools and also to our economy. So continuing to work on that and treating it like we do electricity and a utility is very important. We've also learned a lot about the faults in our food supply chain, evidenced by empty shelves in the supermarket and fields being plowed under and animals slaughtered before they could get to the slaughterhouse. And I think it's critically important we take a long-term look at that. And this bill does address many of the things around worker safety in our slaughterhouses and also in our fields. And it addresses some other things that I think are important. It increases the funding for the local agricultural program. One thing I've really seen in Maine, and I think this has been happening in other countries, when people, in other states, probably other countries too, but when people go to a supermarket and see an empty shelf, they're more likely to turn to a local or regional farmer, and that's been great for many of our farmers. And we need to do more to support them, to support their marketing and also the infrastructure that they depend on. I also want to mention the wonderful language in here about the Victory Garden campaign. One other phenomena that has gone on is that farm and garden stores have sold out of everything you can imagine, from seedlings to potatoes, and people are in their backyards planting gardens, and I can't think of a better silver lining to a really horrible time to get more people doing that, and there's support in here for that, and also at the school level. I have worked a lot in the last couple of years around the issues of agriculture and climate change, and working harder to make sure that farmers are our partners, and that we support many of the conservation programs that farmers already use to help sequester more carbon in the soil, and this bill supports some of those things. $1 million increase for the USDA's regional climate hubs, support for food waste reduction, which is an important thing to work on these days, composting, direction to the USDA to do more with soil health and greenhouse gas understanding, and $90 million for agricultural research that has a particular emphasis on soil health. Also, strong support for organic agriculture, and asking the USDA to promptly issue the rule on the organic origin of livestock rule, which has been in limbo for far too long. I also just want to mention in closing that if the manager's amendment should pass, and I appreciate the chair for including this, includes language that we've asked for to support our lobster fishermen, and you may wonder why they would be in an agricultural bill, but the president visited Maine a couple of months ago, learned about some of the challenges in our lobster industry. We have been hard hit by trade issues and even further hit by the collapse of the market right now because of many things related to COVID-19. So the president suggested that there could be support just as there is for agriculture, and we've asked the Secretary Perdue to move that forward. And lastly, there is support in the manager's amendment to deal with the current oversupply of fresh potatoes, encouraging AMS to make a purchase of those potatoes, and what could be better than purchasing more Maine potatoes. I know there may be members from states like Idaho that think that their potatoes would be better, but I think that the idea that we could purchase more Maine potatoes and move them around the country would be excellent. So again, I thank everyone for their hard work on the bill, and the staff and my office staff for working with us, and yield back and just look forward to seeing this pass.
And that's it. I would now like to recognize Mr. Pocan.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I'd like to thank Chairwoman Lowy, Ranking Member Granger, Chairman Bishop, and Ranking Member Fortenberry for all the hard work that went into drafting such a strong agricultural appropriations bill. I also want to thank the subcommittee staff who did an amazing job on this as well. I'm going to take a second to express my appreciation to Chairwoman Lowy for her many years of service to Congress and this committee. Chairwoman, I remember sitting in your office years ago having a very warm conversation about whether or not I should be looking at the Appropriations Committee, and I appreciate your advice and guidance, and I think it was integral to me getting here, and I really appreciate that. So I want to say thank you and wish you the very best. In particular to this bill, this is a strong bill and manager's amendment. It's strong for farmers and consumers. It's strong to fight poverty and hunger. And I associate myself with many of the remarks made by other people about the bill. However, there's a few things in particular I'd like to highlight. I'd like to thank Chairman Bishop for his leadership on this critical national important agricultural research service research that takes place at facilities not owned by ARS. I was also very pleased this bill has an increase for important cranberry research. This bill also includes support for programs that help dairy farmers in Wisconsin and across the country who are struggling under the weight of a trade war and massive disruption in their markets due to COVID-19. Continued funding for programs such as the SNAP Healthy Fluid Milk Initiatives projects and the post-harvest dairy research will help dairy farmers and consumers alike. I'd also like to thank the chairman for including language that will help us conduct oversight over the vulnerabilities in our medical device and pharmaceutical supply chains. Early in the COVID-19 outbreak, it became clear that our reliance on foreign-based sources of active pharmaceutical ingredients and medical devices left us flat-footed, and I appreciate the bipartisan effort to highlight and fix this problem. It's a strong bill, a strong manager's amendment, and I urge support, and I yield back.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize Mr. Cartwright for your remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to begin by thanking Chairman Bishop, the rest of the subcommittee, and the staff. Chairman, you've put together a terrific bill that will help not only our farmers, but also our rural communities, our seniors, and our national health. Over the past few months, all of us have learned how important broadband service is for connecting us to crucial services like telehealth and online education, as well as keeping us connected with our loved ones and our workplaces. It's a bill that provides more than $1 billion of new investment in rural broadband projects that will make significant differences for rural communities like the one I represent. It was 84 years ago that President Roosevelt signed into law the Rural Electrification Act. These are things that government is good at. And that's why I'm proud that, that this money went into your bill, Mr. Chairman. The bill that also provides funding to help the many American families experiencing economic hardship to put food on the table. As some have said already here this afternoon, it allocates nearly $6 billion in funding for the WIC program, Women, Infants, and Children, $25 billion in mandatory funding for child nutrition programs, and nearly $70 billion for the SNAP program, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Nobody should go hungry in America, and this bill will help move us closer to the goal of eliminating hunger in our country. Finally, the bill provides resources for the Food and Drug Administration to help them review treatments, and we hope soon, vaccines for COVID-19, building on the CARES Act and the Coronavirus Preparedness and Response Supplemental Act. It also lets the FDA accelerate much-needed initiatives like support for new manufacturing technologies to produce influenza vaccines. And I couldn't agree more strongly with our ranking member, Mr. Fortenberry, about the importance of American manufacturing of drugs and not depending on China to do it. 100 years ago, our country and the world faced another deadly pandemic, the one caused by an influenza virus strain. Even as we fight the coronavirus, we must continue to guard against other forms of infectious disease. So, Chairman Bishop, on behalf of my constituents, let me thank you again for your hard work in leading the effort that produced this bill. Now I yield back.
Mr. Cuellar, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank you and ranking member and also my friend Chairman Bishop for the great work and his ranking member, Mr. Thornberry. They were able to put together a pretty good bipartisan bill together, one that addresses the needs of the ranchers and the farmers, one that addresses the rural areas, and one that, of course, addresses the nutrition part of it, SNAP or food banks that are needed. I want to, first of all, say thank you for including some of the languages, provisions that I requested and other that I worked with other members. First of all, the broadband connectivity, the Reconnect program, where you all added more than $440 million on top of what's there. That is so important, especially at a time like this, for the rural areas, broadband connectivity. I want to thank you also for the work and the monies that you've been adding to fight cattle fever ticks. As you know, that is something that's concerned because there are quarantine areas where the fever ticks have been addressing. Even though we put in money, has been growing, and we need to make sure that we do more research in that area. I want to thank you also for the help for the citrus growers that I have in my area, not only in my area in South Texas, but in Florida and California also. I want to thank you also for the Rural Community Facility Program grant money to make sure that we help those rural communities. I want to thank you also for the language on dietary guidelines for Americans that is based on evidence-based science and nothing else on that. SNAP and school lunches, we know why that's important. I want to thank you for the provisions that you added on my behalf on the critical issue of student hunger at college campuses and how we can improve the access to SNAP benefits. Finally, I want to say thank you also for putting the language to extend the waivers through the 2020-21 school years to ensure that children across America have access to school meal programs as we deal with the COVID-19. So I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the ranking member also, and of course, Chairwoman Nita Lowry and Ms. Ranger, Kay Granger also for the work, and your staff for putting a bill that's very well balanced. Thank you, sir.
Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Debbie Wasserman Schultz is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman Bishop and Ranking Member Fortenberry, I commend you on putting together a bipartisan bill that invests in America's farmers, maintains food security during a global pandemic, boosts conservation programs, and provides strong support for the Food and Drug Administration. I want to particularly thank Chairman Bishop for including so many provisions that help citrus growers in my state of Florida, my home state of Florida. Citrus growers contribute $7.2 billion to Florida's economy, and they support 50,000 jobs. But as the chair knows well, Florida has been devastated by citrus greening disease, which now affects every citrus-producing county in the state. That is why I am heartened to see this bill include such strong funding for citrus health research and response efforts. Further, I'm glad to see that the bill invests strongly in nutrition programs like Women, Infants, and Children Program, or WIC, child nutrition programs like Summer EBT and SNAP. But significantly, the bill blocks the Trump administration's cruel standard utility allowance rule and able-bodied adults rule. The first would cut SNAP benefits by $4.5 billion over 5 years. The second would kick between 755,000 and 851,000 Americans off of SNAP, which represents a cut of at least $15 billion in SNAP benefits over 10 years. These attacks on low-income and food-insecure Americans cannot be allowed to stand. The bill also includes $1 billion in conservation programs to encourage sustainable agriculture. I'm pleased that the bill provides nearly $834 million for the Natural Resources Conservation Service, which operates the Conservation Stewardship Program and the Environmental Quality Incentives Program. I'm also glad that the subcommittee has included $2.5 million within FDA for rare cancer therapeutics to accelerate the development of rare cancer therapies. I truly appreciate this as a cancer survivor myself. Finally, I would like to commend the subcommittee for addressing the expanding epidemic of e-cigarette usage and nicotine addiction by including full funding of $712 million from user fees for FDA's Center for Tobacco Products. Additionally, the bill includes strong report language that will protect young people from e-cigarette addiction. The report provides direction to FDA to not grant a marketing order to any product that increases youth use of nicotine or tobacco, and remove from the market tobacco products for which a manufacturer has not submitted a pre-market tobacco product application. Separate language also urges the FDA to expedite pre-market review of e-cigarettes and notes that flavored e-cigarette products are hooking our kids on nicotine. In Florida, tobacco kills 32,300 people and increases our state's healthcare costs by $8.64 billion every year. According to the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, nearly a full quarter of Florida's high school students are using e-cigarettes, compared to 3.6% for traditional cigarettes. This is a serious and growing public health concern, and I'm glad that our bill includes provisions to address this bipartisan issue. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, well done. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, I would like to. This is Bonnie Watson-Coleman.
Ah, you are recognized.
Yes, I am far away from you, but I am very close to you in my heart and my spirit, and I thank you for your tremendous leadership and mentorship as the chair of our committee. I just wanted to associate myself with the kind and appropriate support to both Mr. Bishop and Mr. Fortenberry on having crafted a bill that I think covers very important issues under their jurisdiction. From connectivity through extending broadband, we found that it's so important given what we've experienced with our children having to learn at a distance and not being able to do so because they haven't had access to the internet or broadband. From our support of the food and nutrition programs for both poor and minority children and poor and minority women and families, from giving the Drug Administration the resources it needs to do the kind of inspections to make sure that what we're eating and what we're getting is safe to eat, from looking at how we eliminate the lives of those things that we like to eat in the most humane manner. I think there are just so many things that have been covered in this piece of legislation. I just want to commend you as the leader of our committee, to Mr. Bishop and Mr. Fortenberry for the work that they've done, and for every member of the staff that contributed to what I think is a very positive move forward. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. And seeing no other member wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize Mr. Bishop to offer a manager's amendment. Mr. Bishop.
Madam Chair, I do have an amendment at the desk entitled Bishop 1.
Fiscal year 2020.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. Mr. Bishop is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before you is the manager's amendment making non-controversial technical changes and addressing a number of member requests in the bill and in the report. The amendment has been drafted in close consultation and cooperation with Ranking Member Fortenberry, and I urge its adoption.
Mr. Fortenberry? No? No? Okay.
Madam-
I recognize.
Madam Chair, thank you. We support the amendment. Thank you very much.
No?
We support the amendment. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I recognize Mr. Bishop for 1 minute to close.
I think we've agreed on it, and I think that it's a good amendment, and I urge adoption.
Question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments?
Madam Chair, I do have an amendment marked Bishop number 2.
The clerk will read the amendment.
At the end of the bill, before the
I
short
ask
title.
unanimous consent that we dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Thank you.
The member from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment will give the Federal Drug Administration the legal authority to order the recall of a prescription or over-the-counter drug, quote, if there's a reasonable probability that it will cause serious adverse health consequences or death. The FDA currently has the legal authority to require a mandatory recall of vaccines, medical devices, infant formula, food, and tobacco, but not prescription or over-the-counter drugs. It simply does not make sense that FDA lacks the same authority for prescriptions and over-the-counter drugs. This is a common sense fix to a public safety issue. This fix is even more important in light of the COVID pandemic response. Just as recently as last month, the FDA was able to quickly identify dangerous substances in imported hand sanitizers. However, all they could do was ask the manufacturers for a voluntary recall and release a statement on their website for consumers. FDA has said publicly that 2 manufacturers refused to recall their products. I would add, Madam Chair, that the FDA unofficially supports this amendment, and they believe that they very much need the authority that will be granted in this bill. With that, I yield back and urge adoption.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment?
Dr. Harris seeks recognition.
Dr. Harris is recognized.
Thank you very much. Briefly, Madam Chair, if the offer of the amendment would just answer just a couple of questions, a clarification, because I just saw this literally an hour ago. The definition of drug, how broadly is drug defined for this?
It's not defined broadly enough to include controlled substances.
Well, it's inserted into a part of Law 569D that we passed under the Support Act to deal exclusively with controlled substances to deal with the opioid epidemic. So this is just kind of piggybacking on there, but controlled substance is a very narrow category, and the word drugs has a broad meaning. So, for instance, would it include CBD, which is where medical claims are made, therapy claims are made?
I don't believe that it will, but that's, I think, a subject that would have to be interpreted by the FDA when this bill comes in, when they issue their regulations.
Okay, thank you. So I guess it would defer to the definition of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. And the other thing is hand sanitizers, of course, wouldn't fall under this because hand sanitizers are not drugs. Is that correct?
It would fall under it.
Oh, hand sanitizer are, okay. And finally, the mechanism now is a voluntary recall, but of course, if you don't comply with the voluntary recall, the FDA can restrict your license to sell the product or withdraw your license to sell the product. Is that the current mechanism that basically would result in the reason why when voluntary recalls are issued, they're almost always complied with because the FDA maintains the authority to restrict a license?
It would require, as I understand it, extensive legal action, and that would require time, and that would certainly not necessarily be consistent with the health, safety, and welfare of the people of this country if we need to remove that harmful drug or substance from the marketplace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard? If there's no further debate, the member from Georgia. Sorry. If there's no further debate, the member from Georgia is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've read and we've heard about bad actors during this pandemic, and this is not likely to be the last time that bad actors will try to profit from this pandemic in selling dangerous products, including the hand sanitizer that was documented to have come from Mexico. But this amendment will provide FDA with a powerful tool in the fight to ensure public safety. It's long overdue, and the time is right for us to act on it, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from Georgia. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Mr. Newhouse seeks recognition.
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
The member is recognized.
Thank you, Chair Lowy. I appreciate that. Chairman Bishop, Ranking Member Fortenberry, I want to just first of all thank you for your strong leadership and your hard work on this bill. As you know, our nation's farmers and ranchers are working hard every day to ensure that we have a safe and nutritious food supply. And the bill today, I hope, will help them accomplish that important work. Certainly, there are many good things in this bill. You've heard from many of our colleagues about many of those. Just to name a few, I'd like to express my appreciation for the continued investment in rural broadband. As we've learned over the last few months, we have a huge need here. These investments not only are welcome, but they're absolutely necessary. And I can think of few things that will help bring equity to rural and urban folks than broadband connectivity. In addition, I'd also like to thank you for language that continues hop research, as well as research for smoke taint in wine grapes that we continue on from previous years. And speaking of research, thank you for including the Specialty Crop Research Initiative match waiver, which is very helpful for land-grant universities across the country and certainly in my home state of Washington. There are many other important issues, too many to cover, and as I said, many of my colleagues have talked at length about those, and I thank you very much for including. However, I was disappointed. I was hoping to see language on the National Herbicide Resistance Initiative that will utilize the talents of our land-grant universities in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho, and requested by members of the Pacific Northwest. As you know, farmers constantly are working to mitigate the next risk that could jeopardize their crops and the agricultural economy. Weed resistance threatens the sustainability of cropping systems across the nation and certainly throughout our region. Many states in the Southeast and the Midwest are contending with many problem weeds. The Pacific Northwest also has many of those kinds of weeds that are capable of causing as much as 90% in yield losses. Herbicide-resistant weeds fundamentally alter farming systems, forcing many farmers to rotate to less profitable and often less reliable crops. So this research is important. It's critical, and I hope that we can get a commitment to work on this with the Senate and in conference to be able to find a solution for this very important initiative. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back, and thank you again very much for your leadership.
Is there any further amendment or discussion? Seeing none, I recognize the gentlewoman from Ohio for a motion, and I ask for your support for this bill.
Madam Chairwoman, I move to favorably report the Agriculture Appropriation Act 2021 to the House.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Congratulations. That's it? Oh. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report just approved. Seeing no objection, so ordered.
Madam Chair, I ask for 3 days for the minority to file views.
So ordered. That's it? Ladies and gentlemen, please be comfortable and stay seated because Milcon is next.
Do you know something? Did I?
Your microphone is on.
I don't really know how Tom wants to do it.
absolutely. Thanks for all your hard work and getting so many good things in there.
We tried hard.
Yeah, you did a great job. Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, our fourth and final order of business today, if I could have your attention. Who's making noise? Shh. Our fourth and final order of business today is consideration of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2021. I will now recognize Ms. Wasserman Schultz to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am so proud to bring before the committee today the fiscal year 2021 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Bill, and proud to have worked side by side with Ranking Member Carter, who has continued to be an incredible partner, and our entire committee, who work together in such a collegial and warm way. The bill before us demonstrates our commitment to our service members and their families, as well as to our veterans. In producing this bill, we strove to take into account the requests and feedback that all of you, as well as our colleagues off the committee, have provided. We have worked closely with your staff to address any issues and to produce a bill that reflects the priorities of this committee and all members of the House. While our hearing schedule this year ended prematurely due to the pandemic, we still held several hearings to tackle many of the issues that the agencies in this bill struggle with and that have faced neglect for too long. On the MilCon side, the subcommittee held a hearing with the Department of Defense officials, private company representatives, and GAO to focus on the substandard conditions found in privatized housing across the branches of our military, which continues to be a vexing problem. We also held a hearing on PFAS and PFOA contamination and the impact of its exposure on service members. On the VA side, in addition to our virtual briefing with the VA Secretary, we held an oversight hearing on VA's electronic health record modernization, a pet peeve project of our chairwoman, and we did that to evoke greater transparency in its implementation. And we also held a briefing with the VA Secretary and Dr. Stone on the VA COVID-19 crisis response. These deeper dives allowed us all to get a better sense of the needs that exist, and I think these hearings helped us produce a better piece of legislation. The bill makes needed investments in the programs that improve our military readiness and provides the benefits in medical care that our veterans have earned due to their service to our nation. Specifically, the FY2021 committee recommendation provides $115.5 billion in total discretionary funding, which includes $350 million for overseas contingency operations and $12.5 billion in emergency funding to address the sharply rising cost of veterans' medical care. This is a $5.1 billion increase above the FY20 enacted funding level and $2.3 billion above the FY21 budget request. The bill provides $10.1 billion for military construction, rejecting the President's proposed cut of $3.6 billion below the current level for critical infrastructure needs on military installations. This includes $439.5 million for the Energy Resilience and Conservation Investment Program, which is $297 million above the request. $2.4 billion is provided for unfunded priorities that were approved by the DoD Comptroller. These projects can be executed during FY2021. The total also provides $1.54 billion for family housing construction, $135 million above the budget request, and those additional resources are for housing support costs associated with inadequate conditions at multiple military installations. Our committee found over the last 2 fiscal years that inserting a level of oversight at the military leadership level was critical, and the military agreed wholeheartedly. An additional $280 million above the budget request is provided for the BRAC account. Of the additional funds provided, $80 million is for continued efforts to accelerate BRAC cleanup, and $200 million is for remediation of PFAS and PFOA. The bill also includes a new provision to prohibit military construction projects on installations named for Confederate officers who led and waged armed rebellion against the United States until a process has been initiated to replace the name of those installations. No service member should live or train on a base named for a person who betrayed America's pursuit of a more perfect union. Fighting your own countrymen in the name of continuing the enslavement of other human beings is not an act that should be honored, and it's beyond time for change at those military bases that do honor such individuals with their namesake. A total of $240.2 billion, including mandatory spending, is provided for the FY21 programs of the Department of Veterans Affairs, of which $104.8 billion is discretionary funding. This amount represents an increase of $12.3 billion more than the FY20 enacted level. We have finally achieved consensus with the Senate that the cost of VA healthcare is growing exponentially and cannot remain within the budget caps. For that reason, the $12.5 billion within the total is designated as emergency funding to adequately fund VA healthcare. We have been heading toward a fiscal cliff due to the Mission Act, and this is a badly needed fix that will provide essential relief. The bill includes $90 billion for VA medical care, fully funding the budget request, and providing for approximately 7.2 million patients to be treated in fiscal year 2021. Within this total, funding includes $661 million for gender-specific care for women, $1.9 billion for homeless assistance programs, $504 million for opioid abuse treatment and prevention, $84 million for whole health initiatives, $300 million in rural health initiatives. The bill provides $10.3 billion in mental health care services, which is $40 million above the request and $865 million above the enacted level. And it includes $313 million for suicide prevention outreach activities. In addition, this funding will support a number of initiatives to remove barriers to mental health care and reduce the stigma of seeking treatment, as well as putting an emphasis on PTSD research and treatment, firearm safety for our veterans, and supporting the Veterans Crisis Line. Medical and prosthetic research is funded at $840 million, which is $40 million above the FY20 enacted level and $53 million above the budget request. Other areas of interest include robust oversight of the EHRM implementation, progress in construction of VA facilities, ensuring access and care for veterans in rural and underserved areas, including telehealth, and improving treatment of conditions like rare cancers and pressure ulcers. Finally, the bill provides an increase of 8% over the budget request for the 4 related agencies to maintain service levels and invest in needed maintenance and improvements: the American Battle Monuments Commission, the Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims, Arlington National Cemetery, and the Armed Forces Retirement Home. It will come as no surprise that this bill does not allow the President to bypass congressional intent and divert vital military construction funding from previously approved national security projects in support of a border wall. Let's not allow presidential bigotry and xenophobia to take priority over American lives, our service members, or our national security. Whether we agree or disagree on the need for a wall, or whether or not there is a crisis at the border, I hope this committee can agree that funds for the wall should not be stolen from previously approved vital military construction projects that are, to a dollar, a higher priority than any wall. As I have said repeatedly, military construction dollars should be used only for the purpose they are provided, which is to support the Department of Defense's mission, service members, and their families. It is important to point out that the MILCON budget only represents 3% of total defense funds, so all dollars are valuable. We can debate the merits of a border wall, but let's reserve that for consideration during the Homeland Security markup. And with that, I want to thank all of our members for their engagement during the process of drafting this legislation, particularly our subcommittee members. We have worked so well together, as I said, and this bill does right by our service members and veterans as a result. And of course, I want to thank my partner, Judge Carter, for his tireless work on these issues and importantly for his friendship. I am proud to have you by my side as our ranking member on this subcommittee. And of course, I also must, again, express my gratitude to the chairwoman of the full committee, Mrs. Lowy, for her tremendous leadership and stewardship of this committee, as well as the full committee's distinguished ranking member, Mrs. Granger. Finally, thank you to our staff. Their expertise and commitment to our service members and our veterans is evident every single day. Our clerk, Lisa Molyneux, Sarah Young, Jenny Halra, Nicole Cohen, Kaisha Senord, Lauren Woolman on my personal staff, Betsy Bina, our minority clerk, Grady Bourne, Judge Carter's personal staff, as well as Laura Spader, also on Judge Carter's personal staff. This is a good bill that will help our service members, their families, and our veterans, and I urge all members to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I would now like to recognize the subcommittee ranking member, Judge Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for recognizing me. I'm pleased to join you in bringing the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Bill to the full committee. I want to thank you and the subcommittee staff for your work in preparing this bill. I want to thank my good friend and colleague, the chairwoman, for her friendship and working this way through in a very cordial manner. I also want to thank Chairwoman Lowy and Ranking Member Granger for their efforts to guide and support us through this challenging situation. Overall, I strongly support funding provided in the military construction projects. The bill includes funding for many of the services' unfunded priorities, as well as funding to allow the services to complete many projects already underway. I also want to highlight for my colleagues that the bill provides $135 million for additional oversight of privatized military housing, $400 million for energy resilience and conservation projects, $200 million for cleanup of PFAS contamination at closed military facilities. I also strongly support the funding provided for veterans programs. The bill includes important increases for mental health, suicide prevention, homelessness assistance, and construction programs. On behalf of my Republican colleagues, I want to thank you for including most of our funding and report language requests. Except for a few areas, this is a good bill, and I wish I could support it. Throughout my time in Congress, I have focused on three things: soldiers, their families, and veterans. As you know, Madam Chair, I oppose Section 130 that prohibits funding for projects on military installations that bear the name of Confederate officers, because this provision unfairly punishes the men and women in uniform. This provision would only hurt the soldiers that are assigned to the 6 forts impacted, and they're assigned there through no fault of their own. And because it hurts soldiers, it ultimately hurts their families. It's not acceptable to me that this provision would deny a new, modern, and safe motor pool for the young soldiers who work in the Texas heat to keep our tanks and armored vehicles running. We should be utilizing this bill to build more of these facilities. We should not be making our soldiers' lives more difficult because of an issue over which they have no control. Additionally, this subcommittee has no jurisdiction over the naming of military installations. The Appropriations Committee should leave this to the Authorizing Committee. Yes, we sometimes use the power of the purse to draw attention to an issue or change policy. But this provision goes beyond that. Since before the 1940s, the soldiers at Fort Hood, which bears the name of Confederate General John Bell Hood, who led the Texas Brigade during the Civil War, have created the esprit de corps that is now legendary. They have brought their skill and dedication to every major conflict involving the United States of America in the last 80 years. The soldiers in my district that valiantly serve don't deserve to be unjustly punished because of the name on the front gate. Before I close, let me mention that while I strongly support the funding provided for veterans, I am concerned that the bill includes $12.5 billion in emergency funding, and I have trouble with that. Each year, we are required to make difficult and sometimes tough funding decisions. It is irresponsible. It is irresponsible to simply delegate some funding as an emergency just to avoid those decisions. I recognize the budget realities we face this year, especially regarding veterans' health care, but we should not set aside the 2019 bipartisan budget agreement as part of this year's appropriation process. We're going to have to pay the piper someday. Madam Chair, I would like to thank you and our subcommittee for this bill. I look forward to working with you and our colleagues as we move through the process. And let me say that it has been a joy to work with Chairwoman Wasserman Schultz, and a good experience, which you can't always say about Congress. So I yield back.
I would now like to recognize myself for opening remarks. I thank Chairwoman Wasserman Schultz and Ranking Member Carter for their work on this bill. I also want to express my appreciation to both the members who submitted requests and the subcommittee staff for their tireless efforts during these very challenging times. The bill that we have before us reflects the tremendous debt of gratitude we owe to our armed forces, our veterans, and the families who share in service to our country. This year's Military Construction and Veterans Affairs funding bill makes critical investments in veterans and military families, reinforces our national security infrastructure, and blocks President Trump from stealing appropriated funds from service members to pay for an ineffective nativist wall or to backfill projects he already canceled for that purpose. In the midst of a global pandemic, this bill makes unprecedented investments in our veterans through our VA medical system to ensure that every veteran has access to the top-notch health care they deserve. The bill includes historic spending for women's veterans, mental health, suicide prevention, medical research, and homeless prevention while closely monitoring VA claims processing and system modernizations. In particular, the bill would provide $2.6 billion to support the much-needed and long-delayed electronic health records capability. I commend the additional oversight and accountability measures that are put in place by this bill. It is our duty to both veterans and taxpayers to complete this project as soon as possible. It also provides robust funding to improve service members and their families' quality of life by supporting improvements to the vital military facilities that house, treat, train, and equip our forces. The MILCOM portion of the bill also funds critical infrastructure projects in Europe and across the globe to continue the fight against Russian aggression and emerging threats in the Middle East and North Africa. Again, I thank the members and staff for their unwavering commitment to our veterans, servicemen and women, and their families. In short, this bill builds a stronger VA and military and leaves no one behind. I urge support. I would now like to recognize Ranking Member Granger for her opening remarks.
Madam Chair, thank you for yielding. As we turn to the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Bill, I want to thank Chairwoman Washman Schultz and Ranking Member Carter for the work they've done this year. We've come together to address many critical issues that affect military installations and our nation's veterans, reaching across the aisle to fund many projects important to our members. This bill funds the military construction priorities that were requested by the Department of Defense, and it helps improve family housing for the military. The bill also ensures our nation's veterans are given the care they deserve and makes certain our veterans have a dignified final resting place. Unfortunately, as I said during the subcommittee markup, I'm very concerned with the $12.5 billion in emergency spending outside of the budget caps established last August. Now is not the time to undo a bipartisan bicameral agreement that is less than a year old without buy-in from members on our side of the aisle. We all agree that veterans' health care is a top priority. However, designating funding as an emergency is wrong at a time of record debt and deficits. This budgeting device simply frees up funds to be spent on lower priority programs and other bills. In addition, I have concerns about some policy provisions in the text, such as those that set conditions on military construction projects. With all sincerity, I want to work with you and my colleagues to resolve our differences as we move forward. In closing, I want to thank the staff for their hard work on this bill. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Any other members?
Ms.
Madam
Captain seeks
Chair?
recognition.
Oh, Ms. Capter.
We need a buzzer down. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank Chairwoman Wasserman Schultz and Ranking Member Carter for their work on this really vital legislation. And Chairman Lowy and Chairwoman Lowy and Ranking Member Granger, thank you for your leadership as well in moving all these bills along. This particular subcommittee's dedication to serve veterans of all backgrounds and life stages is legendary, and this bill provides more than $250 billion in both discretionary and mandatory funding, an increase of $15.2 billion above the fiscal year 2020 enacted to enable and ensure military readiness and improve critical programs at our Department of Veterans Affairs that include medical care, mental health services, suicide prevention, homeless assistance, and opioid abuse prevention. I want to applaud the dedicated funding to support programs dealing with the opioid and mental health crises, which tragically disproportionately affect veterans. The medicine that veterans take and the prescription drugs the VA acquires should be held to the highest levels of health safety, and it's imperative that the VA studies potential health security risks and vulnerabilities that the VA faces purchasing medicine from offshore sources and addresses strategies to buy American and produce medicines domestically to ensure the VA is acquiring the safest medicine possible for our veterans. I'm very thankful that this bill underscores the importance of the VA workforce and personally remain dismayed that the Trump administration has failed to fill nearly 49,000 unfilled VA positions system-wide. A major challenge remains with recruitment and retention. Lastly, as has been acknowledged, we cannot pilfer our military readiness from previously approved vital military construction projects. I know every person in this room would not move to shortchange the safety and security of our Defense Department mission, our service members, or their families in exchange for a senseless, politically driven border wall on our southern border. Again, I appreciate the chairwoman, ranking member, and the committee staff for diligently working to incorporate these priorities and many others and urge its support, and I yield back. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Are there,
Madam Chair.
Mr. Rogers seeks recognition.
Mr. Rogers?
I thank the chairman. I want to thank the subcommittee, for including lots of money in the bill for the electronic health records merger with the DOD's information. You've heard me time and again mention the young soldier in Kentucky who who lost both of his eyes after being injured in the Middle East and being brought to Germany for operations, then back home as a veteran
then going to the Veterans Hospital, and they're unable to access his military records. Consequently, they couldn't operate for fear of what might happen. So he lost both eyes. He's now perfectly blind. We've spent literally billions of dollars over the last several years, 10 years or so, and we still don't have an answer. I mean, what does it take to merge two computer systems? Well, it takes somebody smarter than me, number one. But number two, it takes money, which we're providing. But there's been no solution to this open sore. And we're losing young people who are dying or unable to get the proper kind of medical care because they could not access the records from VA and DOD together. Now, you've included in the bill $2.6 billion, which is more than double what we've put in the current year, and you also require them to answer questions. And I'm wondering if the chairlady of the subcommittee would be willing to tell me what's going on with the program. I yield to the lady.
Thank you. Thank you to the ranking member for that question, and I absolutely concur with you about the, and I know the chairwoman does as well, as does the ranking member. We've all really struggled with the maddening situation of the length of time that it has taken, the fits and starts that VA has gone through to have a seamless system of electronic health records so that the record follows the soldier through their tenure in the military and then on into their time, the rest of their lives as a veteran. What we did in the last fiscal year, and we've done so once again, is we've inserted GAO into the process to oversee and to help us hold the VA accountable on the implementation of their EHRM process. And so we, COVID-19 has also impacted, unfortunately, the velocity of, or lack thereof, of which the VA has been able to implement, and they've also had a number of different, they've also had a number of different challenges in the rollout in the Northwest, which caused them to have to start over. So starting this fall, to deploy the first live implementation sites at 3 different locations, we've provided $2.6 billion for hardware to prepare those sites. They were not ready when they were supposed to go live initially, and the VA secretary let us know, frankly, right before they were supposed to go live, far too close to when we were told that everything was going well. And I had a pretty stern conversation with the VA secretary about that, because obviously our oversight and awareness is important. But we continue to try to tighten up the accountability to make sure that this implementation goes a heck of a lot better than it has so far. I hope that's helpful.
I thank the gentlelady for that report. Well, we're all frustrated. This is nonpartisan, it's bipartisan, and it's sincere on all of our part. We've been wrestling with this as a committee and subcommittee for so long, and it just seems impossible with the amount of money we've floated into the works and the different agencies of the government that we've got involved. It seems impossible that we can't get an answer. And I wish you would confer, I wish you would report to the, sorry? Can you hear now? You can't hear? Yeah, can you hear now? It just seems impossible that we can't get an answer to this with all the money we're pouring into it and all of the agencies we've got involved over the years. Would you please just tell the secretary that we're waiting and waiting and waiting?
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Yes, I have a standing call with the secretary every other week, and I have regularly brought this issue up and asked for progress reports, engaged in accountability oriented questions to make sure that he understands that we are watching this closely, and at our next call, I will make sure that I take the message back from you, and I assume I can also assume the mantle of the rest of the leadership of the committee, because our frustration is certainly boiling over.
So that he gets an idea of whether or not this is a bipartisan effort, could you be sure and tell him that when we ask the question and ask people to raise their hands if they wanted us to move quicker on this, how many of the members of the committee raised their hands to that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, noted bipartisan support.
Yeah.
I will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I would like to just add to my good friend, Congressman Rogers, that we have had public meetings, private meetings for at least the last 4 years. It's beyond me how people can manage the troops, go to war, and can't put a healthcare system in place. It is an embarrassment. It's an expensive embarrassment. And I'm kind of embarrassed that after all the meetings we've had, public or private, we're turning this over to the new chair of the committee because it still isn't done, and it's such a serious challenge. I really have nothing more to say except I am disgusted with the system that cannot get something in place that is absolutely vital for the men and women in our military. In other words, you use examples. If an accident happens, a serious example, 3 years later, something overcomes them, the doctors don't know the history of it, the roots of it. But I do believe that my good friend, Ms. Granger, wants to say something.
Yeah,
So I'll conclude.
That's right.
You and I have had public-private meetings and expressed our anger for the last 4 or 5 years.
Yes.
So I'm hoping this chairwoman, can resolve it. Maybe you'll do it more effectively than we did. Ms. Granger.
It is a national disgrace. It is a national disgrace that we have this situation. And it's gone back longer than 10 years. And I hesitate to say, yes, okay, we'll put some more money into it. We can't get it done. And I chaired Defense Appropriations. When we said how much money we spent, it was staggering. And to have this situation still exist, I am very hesitant to say, yes, yeah, I'll vote for some more money, because we obviously don't have the answer. And it is a disgrace, and it's just outrageous.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
To the ranking member, I again, I could not agree with you more. I remember, and you probably will recall, when I was the chair of the Ledge Branch subcommittee, and we were trying to bring the Capitol Visitor Center in for a landing, and we had the same issue, massive cost overruns, and it was taking forever, and the contractors were making mistakes, and the architect of the Capitol was making huge errors. So we put in place very specific requirements along the way, and we involved GAO. So, and one of the things that we did was that we tied funding, additional funding, to achieving certain benchmarks. And it is likely time for us to look at that. I mean, we'll pass this bill out of committee today, but I think it would be good for us to look at perhaps tightening the screws a bit and maybe attaching requirements to the release of the funds to the contractor, to the VA itself, so that we can make sure we hold them more closely accountable. Is that something you think might make sense?
Something we should consider.
Okay.
We're holding out the funds to the contractors, not to our VA.
Right, of course,
But,
of course.
But we have to do something versus just.
And just to add, if the gentlelady would yield, the bill does require quarterly reports on obligations, expenditures, and deployment by facility, and the bill prohibits the VA from obligating funds in a manner inconsistent with the deployment schedule, and we have a GAO quarterly performance language in there, but we can make it tighter than that. So I think we should take a look at that for sure.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Of course.
Of course, the VA is only half the problem. DOD obviously has really the biggest part of this. And the DOD subcommittee has been doing similar type of work as you're talking about in your bill here. And yet, we still don't see a result. And I would hope that the Defense Subcommittee, Madam Chair, I would hope that the Defense Subcommittee would bear down on DOD to wrest this thing to the ground. I yield back.
I just want to say, because I know how long you and I have been working on this, my good friend, but I was just told, is that Tourette? Oh my, it's even worse than I thought. My good friend tells me this goes back to 1998. Okay, we'll move on, but I wish you good luck. I'll come back to the celebration because I know how many years we've been working on this. So I thank you for your frustration. Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill?
Ms. Watson-Coleman seeks recognition.
Where is Ms. Wasserman-Coleman? Yes. Ms.
Right in here. Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. And I want to thank the Chairwoman Wasserman Schultz and the ranking member, Judge Carter, because there are so many areas of this bill that I think are just great and I support. And I really agree with everything that I heard in the last discussion, but I want to focus on just three things that touch me. One is that we need to ensure that those who are serving us right now in their various capacities in the military services have clean, safe, sanitary housing, clean, safe, appropriate facilities to work in, and decent housing to live in. For our veterans, I am 100% in support of the facilities that we need to ensure that are available, that the healthcare access is there, and I particularly appreciate the attention that has been given to suicide prevention and outreach. I think that's an issue that really affects our veterans and basically our communities at large right now. And last but not least, I want to speak a little bit about the contracting issue, because this bill provides that the department will not let contracts out to individual contractors who don't have a plan to use disadvantaged and minority contractors, and that the department will seek to even have direct contact with minority and disadvantaged contractors. I think that this is vitally important as we move forward. Everyone should be able to participate in the resources that the federal government puts out in the contracts and opportunities to work predicated upon their willingness, their eagerness, and their ability. And minorities and other disadvantaged contractors have been left out of the loop far too long. So this is definitely a move forward, and I commend both the chair and the subcommittee chair of this subcommittee for advancing this bill. And with that, thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Any other members? Any other members wishing to be recognized? Seeing no other members wishing to make remarks, I'd like to recognize Ms. Wasserman Schultz to offer a management amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask that unanimous consent that it be considered as read. Madam Chair, the manager's amendment before you today consists of three non-controversial report language items that have been agreed to by both sides of the aisle. There are several members that asked for provisions that we have consensus on, and I believe the members have had a chance to look through the amendment text at their desks, and I move that the amendment be adopted, and I yield back.
Thank you, Member Carter. You are recognized.
I don't.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not object to the management amendment. I support it.
He does?
He doesn't.
I support the amendment. I support the amendment.
Good, thank you. Are there any other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? I recognize Ms. Wasserman Schultz for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the members' support of the manager's amendment and Judge Carter as well, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments? There is one more amendment before we are done for the day. Before we go, I want to thank the members for the manner in which the committee concluded business today. I also want to remind the members to please discard their trash to protect the health of the staff cleaning the room. Now, let's turn to the final amendment. For what purpose does the member from Maryland rise?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, and I would ask unanimous consent to waive the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member from Maryland is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment is simple. The amendment is one that I know the committee seen in prior year, but even more important today. You know, while Congress, what the amendment does, it basically restores the President's ability to use emergency funds to build a border wall. While Congress might not think border security is important, the American people certainly do. The American people, especially during a pandemic and now an increase in our opioid epidemic, a clear majority, 62% in the last poll taken, believe that border security is important during a pandemic, for instance. Americans know that closing borders is important, but you can't close a porous border. And that's why the President needs the emergency authority in times of a pandemic or in times of our opioid crisis to make sure the border can be closed. You know, the AMA issued a brief yesterday, an issue brief yesterday, that 35 states have reported an increase in opioid deaths, especially fentanyl and fentanyl analogs. Right now, a majority of fentanyl crosses the U.S.-Mexican border, with seizures up 11% in the month of May. July 1st, Washington Post headline, drug overdoses are soaring during the coronavirus epidemic. June 11th, an Arizona press, 300,000 fentanyl pills seized at the Arizona-Mexican border. The bottom line is we can't tie the hands of the President during an emergency. That's whether it's a pandemic where borders need to be closed or an opioid crisis where fentanyl is killing our people because it crosses the border illegally. Now, the Customs and Border Patrol, the head of Customs and Border Patrol said recently, quote, "The ongoing construction of the border wall system is imperative for the safety and security of our nation's southwest border. Wherever we have built a new border wall system, drug and human smuggling activities have decreased." Why in the world would we want to tie our hands or tie the President's hands to stopping the flow of illegal drugs across our border that are killing our youth? And we've been distracted during the coronavirus pandemic. Make no mistake about it, because you don't see headlines every day about the opioid epidemic, but it is going on and it is worsening. And we have to use every tool in our toolbox. And one of those tools is to close a porous border. So, Madam Chair, with that, I would ask the committee to adopt the amendment, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Chair Wasserman Schultz.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. I do rise in opposition to Mr. Harris's amendment, and I would note the shift in the gentleman from Maryland's argument, because he can certainly no longer argue, even though that was incorrect at the time as well, that undocumented immigrants are streaming across our border, and that's why a border wall is necessary. In fact, the gentleman's argument in this case does not hold water either, because in most cases, when drugs are interdicted, they are interdicted at our ports of entry, not in between ports of entry where the border wall would be built. The diversion of vital military construction funds for a border wall is callously indifferent to the needs of our military service members and their families. To even ask that sacrifice from those willing to make the ultimate sacrifice is simply unconscionable. The military construction funds provided and approved by Congress were intended for specific projects as requested by the services. America's military readiness and its service members and their families should never be made to suffer to pay for a nativist border wall boondoggle. Sections 129 and 513 included in the underlying bill prevent the administration from using previously appropriated funds that were requested by the military for military construction projects that are in many of our districts from being diverted for a border wall. Section 129 and 513 also prohibit any of the funds in the underlying bill to be used for backfill of any projects in FYs 16 through 20 that were previously canceled for construction of a border wall. And while there is bipartisan opposition to the actions taken by the President, the debate should take place during immigration reform or during consideration of the Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. This amendment prioritizes presidential xenophobia over Americans' lives and our national security. And finally, as a member of this esteemed committee, not as a Democrat or Republican, but as an appropriator, everyone here must realize how inappropriate it is for the executive branch to trample upon our constitutionally protected power of the purse. But more importantly, can we just simply make sure that we have the backs of our men and women in uniform? If you've ever visited a military base anywhere in the world, and I'm sure most of us have, you've been shown some of the decrepit conditions in which our service members work. Hangars with doors rusting so badly they need to be held closed with wires. Billions of dollars worth of equipment baking in the broiling sun because the hangar is too dangerous to keep expensive equipment in. 30% of our military's infrastructure worldwide is in fair or poor condition. But the President keeps stealing military construction funding because he thinks an unnecessary border wall is more important than our troops' safety and readiness. I really think that says it all, Madam Chair. I strongly oppose this amendment, urge the members to join me in opposing it, and I yield back.
Ranking Member Carter is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, for recognizing me. I support this amendment. I support the border wall. Having been Chairman of Homeland Security for 6 years, having to deal with the border, they are astronomical and they continue. The only reason we only have people coming across in the numbers we had before is because we've got 40 million people unemployed or more. And so there's no jobs, so they're not coming. And when they come, in the midst of them, their drugs, or human trafficking, and all the things we talked about. The wall's not an absolute solution, but it is a good solution in certain areas. And it certainly pushes the drug pushers and the drug smugglers into the border crossing, legal border crossing areas where we can catch them. And that's where we catch them. Because if we're able to secure the border, they have to move to border crossings. So I support this bill, and I too don't like the idea of taking away from military construction. And I think I'd like them to rethink where they get the money from, but I do support this bill.
Mr. Cuellar is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, I want to thank Chairwoman Wasserman Schultz and Ranking Member Carter for doing a great job at putting this bill together. You know, this bill, when you look at this bill, it provides funding for telehealth, it provides money for mental health programs for the veterans, it provides money for the National Guard. In my area, in the San Antonio area, and I think my friend Will Hurd knows this, it provides $36 million for a dorm, provides another $19 million for a base training system simulator, provides another $10.8 million for the F-16 Mission Training Center, and it does all these good things. So why in the world are we going to possibly take this money away from our men and women and put it for a wall? I mean, look, a wall, if you're worried about drugs, Mr. Harris, or you're worried about people coming into the country, look at the facts from our federal agencies. Most drugs will come through ports of entry. So why are we not doing more to put money in the ports of entry instead of putting money in this wall? If you want to stop most of the people that come into the United States, most of the people that come into the United States are visa overstays, about 66%. And the number one violator is Canada. So why are we not talking about putting a wall in the northern part of the United States instead of just focusing on the southern border? And if you look at I'm trying to think of the right term, the heat maps, where there is activity of crossings and people crossing, look at where the fence are being put, and you see the activity where the fence is at. Now, I know most of y'all will say, well, you know, our men and women want this wall, Border Patrol. And I always ask this question, is this post-2012 or pre-2012? Because before 2012, the men and women in green were calling the wall this ineffective, quote, ineffective waste of taxpayers' dollars. I believe in private property rights, and I believe in making sure that we, don't take this land away from people that have lived for generations. So let's respect private property rights. If you want to fight the drugs, let's do it through the ports of entry. If you want to stop people coming in, let's look at visa overstays and look at where those people are coming in. So for those reasons, I respectfully disagree with my friend from Maryland, and certainly my friend from Texas, Mr. Carter. Yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Granger, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. I feel like we've had this argument so many times. I'm from Texas. Can you hear me? We have a crisis. We have lots of crises right now. So let's talk about just this one thing, and that's the border situation and the crisis we felt there. As the southern border, when people were coming across, children coming across, being carried illegally, drugs were coming across, and so we said, what are we going to do? Are we going to sit and talk about it and just worry about, are we going to do something about it? And so that's where the wall, as it's called, began. I have been to the border countless times. Mr. Cuellar, you and I went to the border together. And I've been there with military leaders and with agency heads and seen for myself the construction that's going as fast as it possibly can. And it won't be everything. It won't do everything, but it's really necessary. And there's so much misinformation. It's disheartening to me to know that we have these arguments that bring up things, and next time I go, come with me, and I'll show you what the wall is doing. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back the remainder of my time, and I invite you to trip to the border anytime you can go with me. Thank you.
I'm pleased to yield to Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak in opposition to this amendment because of the fact that we have real, serious national security threats to deal with. And a big, beautiful wall at our southern border will not stop those threats. This amendment, which seeks to use our military's budget to appease the president and build his vanity project, is irresponsible and dangerous. And it goes beyond that. This would allow for the backfill of projects that were already canceled due to the president's obsession with building the wall. Throughout this process, we've heard from our colleagues about spending too much. But this amendment allows the administration to raid military projects to fund a wall we know is unnecessary and ineffective. You just can't have it both ways. I've seen the border wall, I've seen the border, I've seen the wall, as many of you have. I've seen how easily anyone can get under, over, or even through these barriers. They are expensive and ineffective and do nothing to address the root cause, which in this case is a broken immigration system. Our military has real problems to worry about, like the Russian president putting bounties on American service members and the American president doing nothing about it. I urge my colleagues to defeat this amendment so we can focus on what really matters, keeping our military service members safe. Thank you, and I yield back.
If there is no further debate, the member from Maryland is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, I don't view it as unconscionable when a veteran comes before the committee and places an amendment that would help veterans. The bottom line is that veterans die of opioid overdose at a disproportionate rate. A study in the American Journal of Preventive Medicine 2 years ago said that the majority of veterans now, the increase by 65%, veterans dying from fentanyl and heroin. That's what crosses the border. To my friend, Mr. Cuellar from Texas, you can put $1 million worth of fentanyl in your pocket and walk across the border anywhere. Of course we're not catching it in a porous border because there's no way to catch it at a porous border. That's why it's seized at points of entry. It's mostly marijuana and heroin. Fentanyl is compact, it's expensive, it's very valuable. You can put $1 million worth of it in your pocket. Madam Chair, this is for the veterans. This is to stop the opioid epidemic in this country, to help stop it. I urge adoption of the amendment. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from Maryland. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright.
No.
Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, no. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Mr. Lauro. Mr. Lauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Mr. Fortenberry.
Yes.
Mr. Fortenberry, aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel, no. Ms. Granger.
Aye.
Ms. Granger, aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Ms. Herrera Butler. Ms. Herrera Butler, aye. Mr. Hurd. Mr. Hurd, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter.
No.
Mr. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick, no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, no. Mrs. Lowy.
No.
Mrs. Lowy, no. Ms. McCullum.
No.
Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, aye. Ms. Pingree.
No.
Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mrs. Roby. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Ms. Robo-Allard. Ms. Robo-Allard, no. Mr. Rupesberger. Mr. Rupesberger, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, no. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Visklosky.
No.
Mr. Visklosky, no. Ms. Wassman Schultz. Ms. Wassman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. He's texting you now. Can we get the motion ready? This is Laura.
On this vote, the yeas are 19, the nays are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Seeing none, I recognize the gentlewoman from Ohio for a motion, and I ask for your support for this bill.
Madam Chairwoman, I move to favorably report the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Act 2001 to the House.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinions of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I ask for a roll call vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. I don't think, do I have to call for it? A sufficient number, I'm told, is weak, but it's in support. A recorded vote, it's a long day. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amedee. Mr. Amedee, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter.
No.
Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright.
Aye.
Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Chris. Mr. Chris, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Lauro. Mr. Lauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry.
No.
Mr. Fortenberry, no. Ms. Frankel.
Aye.
Ms. Frankel, aye. Ms. Granger.
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera Butler. Ms. Herrera Butler. Ms. Herrera Butler, no. Mr. Hurd. Mr. Hurd, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter.
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick, aye. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence, aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy.
Aye.
Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCullum.
Aye.
Mrs. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree.
Aye.
Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Ms. Robo-Allard. Ms. Robo-Allard, aye. Mr. Rupesberger. Mr. Rupesberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Visclosky.
Aye.
Mr. Visclosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no.
Almost. We did good.
So we can do it again tomorrow. Earlier, I think.
Let me think what she can say different this time to accept that. So ordered.
See, we're getting real good. Just throw those.
Yep.
I sent her one of those. I sent you that one.
Judge Carter, I know you're still on, and normally I would walk over and shake your hand or tap elbows, but if you can hear me, thank you very much.
On this vote,
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
for those who are listening, the ayes at 30, the noes at 20, the motion is agreed to. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report just approved. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.